Some roads were never meant to lead anywhere. They were only built to see who survives them. And somewhere in the distance, beneath the sound of marching feet and fading breath, a question begins to follow you. How long could you keep going if stopping meant losing everything? L. This is The Long Walk, written by Stephen King under the name Richard Bachman, a story born from one of King's earliest and darkest ideas, written when he was still young, wrestling with pressure, fear, and the uneasy feeling of a world that keeps demanding more from people than they can give. When it finally reached readers in 1979, it carried a quiet storm inside it. And over the years, King's stories would travel into hundreds of millions of hands around the world. Long before The Shawshank Redemption, it and The Shining became legends of modern storytelling. This story was already waiting in the shadows, one of the most unsettling ideas from a writer who reshaped horror itself. Decades later, it finally stepped onto the screen with The Long Walk film adaptation in 2025. And before we begin, a small note as you enter this world: the visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. This is a third-person retelling, not a word-for-word reading, which means you'll walk through the story beside it, feeling its weight as it unfolds. And along the way you'll discover fascinating facts, adaptation details, and the strange behind-the-scenes history hiding beneath the road. Keep walking. The story begins. The old blue Ford rolled into the guarded lot like a tired animal after a long haul, its engine coughing as it settled. A young guard in khaki and a Sam Browne belt approached the driver's window and requested the blue plastic ID card. Garrity passed it forward from the back seat, and his mother handed it over. The guard carried it to a computer terminal that looked oddly futuristic against the rural backdrop. The machine swallowed the card and returned a green-lit confirmation of Garrity's identity, then went blank again when the guard cleared the screen. He motioned them through. Garrity's mother asked about the card, her voice edged with anxiety. He explained, with patient resignation, that they wouldn't be getting it back. She muttered her displeasure, a complaint she'd been voicing since they'd left home in the peer-dawn darkness. He told her not to worry, but his attention was already fractured between the strange place and the churning mix of dread and excitement in his chest. He was out of the car before it had fully died, a lean, broad-shouldered 16-year-old in a faded army jacket against the morning chill. His mother was tall too, but gaunt, her eyes drifting with a shocked uncertainty. Her face carried the pallor of illness, her iron-gray hair escaping its clips. Her dress hung loosely, as though weight had recently fallen away from her frame. She called his name in that low conspiratorial whisper he'd learned to dread, trying to pull him aside. He ducked his head, fussing with his shirt to avoid her gaze, and caught sight of one guard eating from a tin and reading a comic book. The reality of the moment pressed down on him, heavier than before. She urged him to reconsider. The fear and anticipation inside him tightened. He reminded her that the backout date had passed, that yesterday was the final deadline. She insisted the authorities would understand, that the major would make an exception. He started to respond, glimpsing the wince that crossed her face at the major's name, and let the implication hang they both knew what would happen if he tried to back out now. Another car had completed the checkpoint ritual and parked nearby. A dark-haired boy climbed out, his parents following, and the three of them conferred like nervous players before a game. Garrity noticed the boy carried a light pack, and a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Perhaps he should have brought one too. His mother pressed again, asking if he was truly set on this course. Her anxiety was laced with guilt. She blamed herself for not stopping him before the machinery of the state had closed around him, binding him tighter each day until yesterday's final lock. He placed a hand on her shoulder, insisted this was his choice, not hers. He told her he loved her, but that this path was best either way. When she brought up his father, he answered with brutal honesty his father was gone. He forced a reassuring grin, hoping to stave off the tears that threatened to break through. She nodded, chin trembling, accepting the finality though not the peace of it. The wind moved through the pines. The sky stretched impossibly blue. Ahead lay the road and the stone marker that marked the border. His anticipation surged past his fear. He wanted to begin, to get it over with. She pressed a foil-wrapped package of cookies into his hands, and he took them, hugging her awkwardly before kissing her papery cheek. For a moment, emotion threatened to overwhelm him. Then he pictured the Major's smiling mustachioed face and stepped back, stuffing the cookies into his jacket pocket. They said their goodbyes. She seemed impossibly fragile, as if the breeze might carry her away. She got back into the car, started the engine, and waved through tears he could see plainly. He waved back, arms at his sides, aware of how noble and solitary he must appear. But once her car passed back through the gate, the bravado crumbled. He was just a boy again, alone in an unfamiliar place. He turned toward the road and noticed the dark-haired boy watching his own parents pull away. A livid scar marked his cheek. Garrity approached and introduced himself. The other boy gave his name Peter McVries, and admitted he felt jumpy, which was the worst part. Garrity agreed. They walked together toward the road and the stone marker. Behind them, cars were still departing somewhere. A woman began screaming. Instinctively, the two boys drew closer, neither looking back. Ahead, the road stretched wide and black. McVries observed that the asphalt would be hot by noon and said he planned to walk on the shoulder. Garrity nodded. McVries asked his weight, then offered his own, repeating a bit of conventional wisdom about heavier walkers tiring faster. Garrity thought McVries looked more than fit. He looked formidable. He wondered who they were, this anonymous source of advice, but let the question die. The walk was a thing built on rumor and superstition. They sat in the shade near a couple of other boys, and McVries seemed to lose interest in further conversation. Garrity checked his watch, 8:05. 55 minutes remained. He forced himself to sit still, to savor the rest while he could. All around him, boys were sitting, some in groups, some alone. One skinny blond kid perched in a pine tree, eating a jelly sandwich, dressed in purple pants and a worn green sweater. Garrity wondered whether the thin ones would fade quickly or burn out. The boys nearby were talking. One declared he wasn't going to rush. Warnings were just something to adjust to. Adjustment, he said, was the key. Then he spotted Garrity and McVries and greeted them as more lambs to the slaughter. He introduced himself as Hank Olson, with an unsmiling claim that walking was his game. Garrity gave his name, McVries, offered his own absently. Another boy, Art Baker, spoke with a soft southern accent. They shook hands all around. McVries voiced what they were all feeling. It was frightening. Everyone nodded except Olson, who shrugged and grinned. Garrity watched the boy in the pine tree finish his sandwich and toss the wrapper onto the shoulder, and decided the kid would burn out early, a thought that gave him a small measure of comfort. Olson pointed to a spot near the starting post, claiming it was staying from a boy who had frozen with fear at 9 o'clock the year before last. The image was chilling. Garrity wondered if his own legs would lock up like that, but he couldn't know until it happened. He resented Olson for raising such a gruesome memory. Baker straightened, alert. A dun-colored Jeep pulled up to the marker, followed by a slower-treaded vehicle with small radar dishes mounted on its front and back. 2 soldiers lounged on its upper deck, carrying heavy-caliber rifles. The sight sent a cold spike through Garrity's gut. The Major emerged from the Jeep, tall, straight, deeply tanned, wearing khakis and reflector sunglasses that hid his eyes. He told the boys to sit, invoking a hint about conserving energy. Garrity checked his watch again, 8:16. He knew it was a minute fast, because the Major was always on time, but he didn't bother correcting it. The Major said he wouldn't make a speech, offering congratulations to the eventual winner and acknowledgement to the losers. He turned to the Jeep, then back with a clipboard, calling names one by one for each boy to step forward, take a number, and return to his place. Garrity watched the process, noting the farm boy who took number 1, the tall redhead with the flapping jacket. Baker went up when his name was called, and Garrity asked if the major had spoken to him. Baker said yes. The major had asked about the heat back home. Garrity could hear the cars in the parking lot starting up as boys from the backup list headed home to watch on TV. He realized with a jolt it was really happening. When his own name was called, he stepped forward, accepted number 47, and heard the major wish him luck. Up close, the man smelled overwhelmingly masculine and powerful. Garrity felt an almost uncontrollable urge to touch his leg to confirm he was real. McVries got number 61. Olson number 70. Olson lingered longest, the major laughing at something he said and clapping him on the back. Olson returned, boasting that he'd told the major to keep money on short call, and the major had told him to give them hell. The skinny boy in the tree turned out to be named Stebbins. He took his number without speaking to the major, then sat back at the base of his tree. Garrity felt oddly fascinated by him. Number 100 was a red-haired boy with a bad complexion named Zuck. After he took his number, they all waited. Soldiers from the half-track passed out wide belts with snap pockets filled with high-energy concentrates. More soldiers handed out canteens. The boys buckled on their gear. Olson slung his low like a gunslinger and wolfed down a chocolate bar, washing it with water. Garrity wondered if Olson was bluffing, or if he knew something the rest of them didn't. The major looked them over soberly, then told them to line up by tens with no particular order. Garrity's stomach lurched as he got to his feet. Everything felt numb, unreal, as though his body no longer belonged to him. McVries appeared at his elbow, wishing everyone luck. Garrity returned the sentiment, but McVries muttered something about needing his head examined. He looked pale and sweaty, the scar stark against his cheek. Stebbins ambled to the rear of the formation. Olson, Baker, McVries, and Garrity ended up in the third row. Garrity's mouth was bone dry. He'd never been so aware of his own feet. He wondered if he would freeze at the starting line, like the boy Olson had mentioned. His watch read 8:59. The major studied a stainless steel chronometer, raising his fingers slowly. The silence was immense. Garrity's watch ticked over to 9 o'clock, but the major's hand remained poised. Then he remembered his watch was fast. He hadn't set it back. The major's hand dropped. He gave them all luck, and they began to walk. Garrity walked with them, his feet crossing the stone marker in step with McVries on his left and Olson on his right. The sound of 100 feet striking pavement was deafening. A sudden insane urge to stop washed over him, just to see if they really meant business, but he shoved it down. They moved out of the shade and into the spring sun, which felt good on his skin. He relaxed slightly, hands in his pockets, keeping pace with McVries. The group began to spread out as each boy found his own stride. The half-track clanked along the shoulder, its tiny radar dishes tracking their speed. A warning was called, number 88. Garrity started, looking around. It was Stebbins. For a moment, he was sure Stebbins would get his ticket right then, still in sight of the starting post. Olson offered an explanation. The boy was deliberately taking an early warning while still fresh, to gauge the limit. If he walked an hour without another warning, he'd erase it. Garrity knew the rule's 3 warnings, then the 4th meant death, but it still felt like madness. He walked on, the starting post vanishing behind them as they crested a hill and descended into a valley of pine and freshly turned fields. McVries commented that the fields were potatoes. Garrity agreed automatically, his attention elsewhere. A few boys had pulled ahead, making a faster pace, but he resisted the urge to speed up, remembering the hint conserve energy. Conversation drifted to whether the road would pass near Garrity's hometown. He said it would pass about 7 miles to one side and that his mother and girlfriend might come to see him if he was still walking. Olson dismissed the concern, claiming only a handful would be gone by then. But Garrity knew better, and he suspected Olson did too. 2 more warnings were called, and each time Garrity's heart lurched despite himself. He checked on Stebbins, still at the rear, eating another jelly sandwich. Garrity thought of his own mother's cookies. He asked why people weren't allowed to watch the start of a long walk. A sharp, intense boy with number 5 answered that it spoiled the walker's concentration, a principle the major had emphasized. The boy introduced himself as Gary Barkovich from Washington, D.C., and lectured about the importance of focus and pacing. Olson made a mocking reply, and Barkovich curled his lip and dropped back, only to be warned a few minutes later when a stone got in his shoe. Barkovich stopped completely to remove it, ignoring the warning stacking up against him. Garrity watched, transfixed, a sick dread coiling in his belly. But Barkovich eventually caught up, grinning, claiming he had just given himself a rest part of his plan. Olson was furious, pointing out that Barkovich now had 3 warnings to walk off for a minute and a half of rest. Barkovich only sneered and moved ahead, brushing off the taunt about stumbling if he fell below speed again. There would be no more warnings, just the final shot. At 9:13, the major's jeep crested the hill and came alongside them. He raised a loudhailer, congratulating them on completing the first mile, and noting that the record for a full complement of walkers was just 7 3/4 miles. He hoped they would beat that. Garrity thought of Barkovich, still carrying 3 warnings. All he had to do was slow down once more. Baker asked if Garrity had any particular reason for coming on the walk. Garrity admitted he didn't really know. Baker shrugged. He didn't either. Conversation faded as they passed through a small village, where an old man watched from a lawn chair, and a young woman held up her son to see them. Older kids watched wistfully. Some boys began speculating about distance. Word came back that a second half-track had been sent ahead to cover the vanguard. Some of them were already out of sight, moving at 7 miles an hour or more. Someone said a boy up ahead had been warned twice and was flagging. Olson finished his chocolate and drank some water. Others were eating, but Garrity decided to wait until he was truly hungry. At a little after 10, they passed a sign for Limestone, 10 miles ahead. Garrity thought of the only long walk his father had ever taken him to, the one in Freeport, when he was 10. He had wet his pants watching the walkers pass, hollow-eyed and barely conscious, driven by something beyond exhaustion. He remembered a boy screaming with every step but still walking. Later that night, he'd heard his father shouting on the phone, political and drunk, and his mother begging him to stop before someone picked up on the party line. Garrity drank more water and wondered how Barkovich was doing. They were passing more houses now. Families sat on their lawns, smiling, waving. A pretty girl of about 16 held up a sign for Garrity Main's own. He felt his heart swell, and suddenly believed he could win. He ran to the side of the road, and she kissed him hard, her tongue darting into his mouth. He squeezed her backside without thinking, and was warned. He grinned, thanked her, and jogged back to his place, feeling a twinge of guilt about the energy he'd wasted. Olson joked that he would have taken 3 warnings for that. Garrity didn't answer, but he waved to the girl until she was out of sight. He felt fit and strong, like he could walk to Florida. He started to speed up, but McVries reminded him to take it slow. Garrity thanked him, but McVries clarified that he was in it to win too. He liked Garrity, but if he fell, he wouldn't pick him up. Baker murmured that they were all in it together and might as well keep each other amused. McVries agreed. They came to an upslope and saved their breath for walking. Garrity took off his jacket, slinging it over his shoulder. Someone's discarded sweater lay on the road. Whoever had dropped it would wish for it tonight. Ahead, a couple of the point walkers were losing ground. Garrity concentrated on the rhythm of his feet. He still felt good. He felt strong. Baker returned to the group, his number pressed to his shirt. Garrity asked if the major had spoken to him, and Baker admitted yes. The major had asked about the heat back home, a question that seemed almost shy in its delivery. Olson cracked that the heat up here would soon make the South seem mild. The roll call continued steadily until 8:40, every name accounted for. In the parking lot, engines coughed to life as backup boys departed, heading home to watch the coverage on television. The reality of it settled over Garrity like a weight. It was on, really on. When his own name was called, Garrity stepped forward and received number 47, along with a clipped wish of good luck. Up close, the Major's presence was overwhelming. His scent, his solidity. Garrity felt an irrational urge to touch the man's leg, just to prove he was flesh and blood. McVrees got 61. Olson 70. Olson lingered longest with the Major, drawing a laugh and a backslap, before returning with a story about telling the Major to keep money on short call, and being told to give them hell. The Major liked someone raring to rip, Olson reported. McVrees offered a dry acknowledgement, then shot Garrity a wink that left him wondering, was McVrees mocking Olson? The skinny boy in the pine tree was named Stebbins. He accepted his number without looking at the Major, his head bowed, and retreated to the base of his tree. Garrity found himself oddly fascinated by him. Number 100 was Zuck, a redhead with a bad complexion. Once he had his number, they all sat and waited for what came next. Soldiers from the half-track distributed wide belts with snap pockets filled with concentrate tubes, and more soldiers handed out canteens. The boys buckled on the belts and slung the water. Olson wore his low on his hips, found a chocolate bar, and ate it with a grin, washing it down with a swig from his canteen. Garrity wondered if Olson was just putting on a show, or if he genuinely knew something the rest of them didn't. The Major surveyed them soberly. Garrity's watch read 8:56. How had time slipped so fast? His stomach twisted painfully. The Major ordered them to line up by tens, no particular order, telling them they could stay with friends if they liked. Garrity rose, feeling numb and unreal, as if his body belonged to someone else. McVrees appeared beside him, offering a nervous good luck to everyone. Garrity returned it, surprised. McVrees muttered something about needing his head examined, his earlier confidence gone, replaced by a pale, sweaty tension. The scar on his cheek stood out starkly. Stebbins ambled to the rear of the 10x10 queue. Olson, Baker, McVrees, and Garrity fell into the third row. Garrity's mouth was dry. He considered drinking but decided against it. He'd never been so aware of his feet, and the fear of freezing at the starting line clawed at him. He wondered if Stebbins would fold early, the kid with the jelly sandwiches and purple pants, or if he himself would be the first to fall. The thought was terrifying. His watch read 8:59. The Major studied a stainless steel pocket chronometer, raising his fingers slowly. The silence was immense, total. The 100 boys watched his hand, and the world seemed to hang suspended. Garrity's watch clicked to 9 o'clock, but the Major's hand didn't drop. Why didn't he do it? The urge to scream was nearly overwhelming. Then he remembered his watch was fast. He'd forgotten to set it back. The Major's fingers dropped. He wished them luck, his face expressionless behind the reflector glasses. They began to walk smoothly without jostling. Garrity walked with them. He hadn't frozen. Nobody had. His feet crossed the stone marker in step with McVrees and Olson. The sound of 100 feet was deafening. This is it. A mad urge to stop swept through him, just to see if they meant business. He rejected it with indignation and fear. They emerged from the shade into the warm spring sun. It felt good. Garrity relaxed, hands in his pockets, keeping step with McVrees. The group began to spread out as each found his own stride. The half-track clanked along the shoulder, its radar dishes spinning, monitoring every walker's speed. The cutoff was exactly 4 miles an hour. Warning! Warning 88! Garrity started, looking around. It was Stebbins. For a moment, he was sure Stebbins would get his ticket right here, still in sight of the starting post. Olson called it smart. The guy was taking an early warning while fresh, learning the limit. He could walk it off easily enough. Garrity knew the rules: 3 warnings. Then the 4th meant death. If you had 3 warnings and walked for 3 hours without another, you were clear again. So now he knows, Olson said. At 10:02 he's in the clear. Garrity walked on, feeling fine. The starting post fell behind as they crested a hill and descended into a pine-studded valley with freshly turned fields. McVrees commented they were potatoes. Garrity agreed automatically. Baker asked if Garrity was from Maine. He said yes, downstate, and mentioned that his mother and girlfriend might come to see him if he was still walking. Olson scoffed, saying there wouldn't be 25 gone by the time they got downstate. A silence fell. Garrity knew Olson was wrong, and he suspected Olson knew it too. 2 more warnings were called, and Garrity's heart lurched each time. He checked on Stebbins, still at the rear, eating another sandwich. A 3rd jutted from his pocket. Garrity wondered if Stebbins's mother had made them, and thought of his own mother's cookies, pressed on him like a charm against evil. Garrity asked why people weren't allowed to watch the start of a long walk. A sharp voice answered. It was the intense boy with number 5 Barkovich. He explained that crowds spoiled concentration, echoing the major's advice. He lectured Garrity on pacing, focus, and having a plan. Olson mocked him, claiming his own focus was simpler, picking them up and putting them down. Barkovich curled his lip and dropped back. Olson dismissed Barkovich as a cuckoo, but Garrity thought the boy had a point until Barkovich got a warning 5 minutes later, claiming a stone in his shoe. He stopped completely to remove it, ignoring the warning stacking against him. Garrity watched, stomach churning, unable to look away. Barkovich took a 3rd warning, then got up, brushed off his pants and trotted back to the group, grinning that it was all part of his plan. Olson was furious, pointing out that Barkovich now had 3 warnings to walk off for 1.5 minutes of rest. Barkovich only sneered, saying they'd see who got his ticket first. Olson warned him not to stumble, there'd be no more warnings after that. Barkovich didn't look back. At 9:13, the major's jeep crested the hill and came alongside them. He raised a loudhailer, congratulating them on completing the first mile, and noting that the record for a full complement was 7 3/4 miles, he hoped they'd better it. Olson looked startled, even fearful. Garrity thought of Barkovich, still carrying 3 warnings. Baker asked if Garrity had any particular reason for coming. Garrity admitted he didn't really know. Baker didn't either. Conversation lulled as they passed through a small village, where old men watched from lawn chairs and a young woman held up her son to see them. Older kids watched wistfully. The boys speculated about distance. Word came back that a second half-track had been sent ahead to cover the vanguard. Some were already out of sight, moving at 7 miles an hour or 10, according to rumor. Someone said a guy up ahead had been warned twice. Garrity wondered why they weren't catching up if that was true. Olson finished his chocolate and drank from his canteen, while others around him ate their own rations. Garrity held off, deciding to wait until genuine hunger set in. He'd heard the concentrates were decent enough, the kind of thing astronauts took into space. A little after 10, they passed a sign marking 10 miles to Limestone. The sight triggered a memory, the only long walk his father had ever taken him to, in Freeport. He'd been 10, overwhelmed by the spectacle. The major had given a speech to the crowd while the walkers were still miles out, touching on competition, patriotism, and something called the gross national product, a phrase that had made young Garrity laugh because gross meant something like boogers to him. He'd eaten 6 hot dogs, and when the walkers finally appeared, had wet his pants. What he remembered most vividly was one boy who screamed with every step, a desperate chant of refusal that never stopped him from putting one foot in front of the other. The walkers had all looked hollow-eyed and barely conscious, oblivious to the cheering crowds. Garrity had been mildly disappointed not to see anyone get a ticket. They never went to another walk. That night, he'd heard his father shouting drunkenly into the telephone, political and reckless, while his mother whispered urgently for him to stop before someone picked up the party line. Garrity drank more water and wondered how Barkovich was faring. They passed more houses now, families sitting on their lawns, waving, drinking sodas. McVries pointed out a sign for Garrity. A pretty girl in a white blouse and red-checked pedal pushers held up a magic marker banner declaring her support for Maine's own. Garrity's heart swelled suddenly. He knew he was going to win. The girl's sign proved it. Olson made a crude gesture with his hand, and Garrity dismissed it. Ignoring the advice to conserve energy, he ran to the girl at the roadside. She squealed, kissed him hard, and he kissed back, aroused and eager. His hand found her backside, squeezing gently, and then a warning cut through the moment. He stepped back, grinning, thanked her, and trotted back to his place, panting. He felt a flicker of guilt about breaking hint 13, but the thrill lingered. Olsen joked that he'd have taken 3 warnings for that. Garrity didn't answer, but he walked backward to wave at the girl until she was out of sight. Then he turned forward, determined, aware that his warning would fade in an hour if he kept careful. He felt fit, strong, capable of walking to Florida. He picked up his pace. McVries called him back, reminding him of the rule slow and easy. Garrity thanked him, but McVries made it clear he wasn't doing it out of friendship. He was out to win too. If Garrity fell, he wouldn't pick him up. Garrity's smile felt forced, but Baker murmured that they were all in this together and might as well keep each other amused. They hit an upslope and saved their breath. Garrity shed his jacket, slinging it over his shoulder. They passed a discarded sweater on the road. Someone would regret losing it tonight. Up ahead, a couple of the point walkers were losing ground, but Garrity focused on the rhythm of his feet. He still felt strong. A boy named Harkness appeared beside him, notebook in hand, asking if he was Garrity. He was taking down everyone's name and number, planning to write a book about the walk from an insider's perspective. McVries laughed at the idea. If Harkness won, he wouldn't need a book to be rich. Harkness conceded the point but insisted it would still be interesting. Most of the walkers joshed him but gave their names willingly. The word came back that breaking the record looked good. Garrity wondered why they should care about the record. The faster the competition dropped out, the better their odds. Pride, he supposed. The word also brought news of afternoon thundershowers, bad news for early May. They kept walking. McVries moved with firm, steady strides, his head up, arms swinging. He'd tried the shoulder but given it up, finding the loose soil too difficult. His knapsack didn't seem to bother him. He waved and smiled at small clusters of spectators, showing no signs of fatigue. Baker ambled with a knee-bent shuffle that seemed effortless, occasionally whistling snatches of tunes. Olsen had grown quieter, bending each knee every few moments with an audible pop signs of stiffening after 6 miles. Garrity noted Olsen's canteen was nearly empty. He'd need to relieve himself soon. Markovich bounced between the vanguard and the rear, losing and regaining warnings with a jerky rhythm. Garrity decided he liked walking the edge. Stebbins remained isolated, carrying his last jelly sandwich, his face a mask. He hadn't spoken to anyone. They crossed an intersection where policemen held traffic. The officer saluted each walker. Some boys thumbed their noses, but Garrity smiled and nodded, wondering if the police thought they were all insane. A woman called out for her son, Percy, trying to reach the road, but a policeman restrained her gently. They passed a wooden bridge, Garrity catching a distorted glimpse of his own face in the brook below. A sign announced 7 miles to Limestone, and a banner welcomed the long walkers. Garrity figured they were less than a mile from breaking the record. Then the word came back about Curly, number 7. He had a Charlie horse and had already picked up a warning. Garrity pushed forward to see a skinny, gangling boy in jeans, his lean face set in concentration, favoring his right leg and losing ground. A warning crackled out. Curly forced himself faster, panting from both exertion and fear. Garrity watched, transfixed, realizing this could be his own struggle, an hour or a day from now. It was the most fascinating thing he'd ever seen. Curly fell back slowly, and others around him also drew warnings as the group unconsciously adjusted to his speed. He was dangerously close to the edge. A third warning was called out. Curly shouted hoarsely about his Charlie horse, protesting that it wasn't fair. He was almost beside Garrity now, his Adam's apple bobbing, his hands frantically massaging his leg. The smell of panic rolled off him in waves, sharp and acidic like a cut lemon. Garrity began to pull ahead, and Curly suddenly exclaimed with relief that the cramp was loosening. No one said anything. Garrity felt a mean, grudging disappointment. He wanted to see someone get a ticket before he did. Who wanted to be first? L? His watch read 5:11. By his calculation, they'd beaten the record. Limestone would come soon. He watched Olsen flex his knees with audible pops and tried it himself. His own joints cracked, stiffness already settling in, but his feet didn't hurt yet, and that was something. They passed a milk truck parked at a dirt road. The milkman sat on the hood, waving and encouraging them. Garrity felt a flash of anger. Why didn't the fat old man get off his ass and walk with them? But the man was past 18, well past 30. Ancient. Olsen cracked a joke about taking 5, drawing some laughs. The milk truck fell behind. More roads appeared, more policemen, more people honking and waving. Confetti fluttered down. Garrity began to feel important. He was, after all, Maine's own. Then Curly screamed. Garrity looked back. Curly was doubled over, holding his leg, still walking but too slowly. Much too slowly. Time seemed to stretch. The soldiers on the half-track raised their guns. The crowd gasped. The walkers gasped. But Garrity had known they all had. Curly was going to get his ticket. The safeties clicked off. Boys scattered from around Curly like quail, leaving him alone on the sun-washed road. He screamed that it wasn't fair. The walkers entered a leafy glade of shadow, some looking back, some staring ahead, afraid. Garrity forced himself to watch. The spectators had fallen silent. The carbines fired. The noise rolled away like bowling balls, echoing off the hills. Curly's head disappeared in a hammer blow of blood and bone. The rest of him crumpled forward on the white line. 99 left. Garrity felt sick. Stebbins stepped over the body, his foot sliding in the blood, leaving a red track with his next step. He didn't look down, didn't change expression. Garrity thought bitterly that Stebbins was the one who was supposed to go first. He looked away, fighting nausea. A woman by a Volkswagen bus put her face in her hands, making odd noises. Garrity found himself looking up her dress, seeing her blue underpants. Inexplicably, he felt a flicker of arousal. A fat, bald man stared at Curly, rubbing a wart beside his ear, his lips wet. He was still staring when Garrity passed. They walked on. Garrity bunched protectively with Olsen, Baker, and McVries. All of them looked straight ahead, faces carefully blank. The echoes of the carbine seemed to linger. Garrity kept thinking about Stebbins's bloody footprint, wondering if it was still tracking red. He almost turned to look, then stopped himself. He wondered if Curly had felt the bullets, or if it had been instantaneous. But of course it had hurt the worst kind of hurt, knowing the universe would roll on without you. Word came back that they'd made almost 9 miles before Curly bought it. The Major was said to be pleased. Garrity wondered how anyone could know where the Major was. He looked back, but they'd rounded a curve. Curly was out of sight. Baker asked McVries what was in his pack sack, his voice high and strained. McVries said a fresh shirt and raw hamburger, good fast energy. Olsen made a disgusted face. McVries only smiled. Garrity thought he might have liked some raw hamburger himself, but after Curly, he wasn't hungry. The word of Curly's death ran through the spectators, and for some reason they cheered louder. Thin applause crackled like popcorn. Garrity wondered if it was embarrassing to be shot in front of people, then decided that by then, you probably didn't care. His watch showed noon. They crossed a rusty iron bridge over a dry gorge, and on the other side a sign welcomed them to Limestone. Some boys cheered. Garrity saved his breath. The road widened, the groups loosening. Curly was 3 miles back now. Garrity took out his mother's cookies, turning the foil over in his hands with a pang of homesickness. He pushed the feeling aside. He would see Mom and Jan in Freeport. That was a promise. He ate a cookie and felt a little better. McVries mused that he had no idea what he'd won if he won. He had no sick mother, no dying brother. Garrity agreed. He had a point, but McVries corrected him. The whole thing was pointless. Garrity insisted he didn't really mean that he'd still do it again. McVries admitted he probably would. Pearson pointed out sidewalks. They were entering the town proper. Handsome houses on green lawns were crowded with seated spectators. Garrity felt a touch of jealous anger, all those people sitting while they walked. He decided to conserve his energy and stop waving back. but then thought better of it. People might think he was getting snotty. He was Maine's own. He'd wave to the Garrity signs and the pretty girls. Side streets past Sycamore, Clark Exchange, Juniper, a corner grocery with a beer sign, a 5 and dime plastered with pictures of the Major. The sidewalks were thinly lined. Garrity was disappointed the real crowds would come later. Poor Curly had missed even this. The Major's Jeep shot out of a side street and paced the group. A tremendous cheer went up. The Major nodded, smiled, waved, then saluted the boys. Garrity felt a thrill run up his back. The Major raised his loudhailer, declaring he was proud of them. From somewhere behind, a soft voice muttered contempt. Garrity turned his head but saw only a few boys watching the Major intently, one dropping a sheepish salute, and Stebbins, who didn't even seem to be looking. The Jeep sped ahead, and the Major was gone. They reached downtown Limestone around 12:30, and Garrity felt a letdown. It was a small, unremarkable town with a business section, used car lots, and a few fast food joints. Baker commented on its size. Olson laughed. Garrity defended it as probably a nice place to live, but McVries dismissed the idea of nice places with a smile. Garrity's retort felt weak. By 1 o'clock, Limestone was behind them. A small boy in patched overalls walked alongside them for nearly a mile before sitting down to watch them pass. The country grew hillier, and Garrity began to sweat in earnest, his shirt sticking to his back. Thunderheads were forming to the right, still distant, and a light breeze offered some relief. McBreeze asked for the next big town. Garrity guessed Caribou, about 30 miles away, and Pearson groaned. Garrity felt defensive again, maybe because so many of the boys would die here, probably all of them. Only 6 long walks had ever ended past the New Hampshire border, and only one had reached Massachusetts. He might die here too, on native soil. He had an idea the Major would like that. His canteen was empty, so he called for a fresh one. A soldier brought it, and as he turned away, Garrity furtively touched the carbine slung over the soldier's back like knocking on wood. McVries saw him, and asked why Garrity couldn't explain. McVries called him a dear boy and moved ahead, leaving Garrity alone and confused. Number 93 walked past, staring at his feet, lips moving soundlessly, weaving slightly. Garrity said hello, and the boy cringed, his eyes blank in a way that reminded Garrity of Curly. He's tired, Garrity thought. He knows it, and he's scared. Garrity's stomach turned over. Their shadows lengthened. It was 1:45, 9 o'clock that morning. Sitting cool in the shade felt like a month ago. Just before 2, the Grapevine delivered news. Number 9, Ewing, had developed blisters and had been warned twice. The word was that things looked bad for him. Baker confirmed Ewing was the black Texan who'd ridden up with them, and with horror Garrity noticed Ewing was wearing sneakers, a direct violation of Hint 3. Nothing gave blisters faster. Baker walked with Ewing for a while, then dropped back with a bleak report. Ewing had started blistering 2 miles out, and they'd broken open in Limestone. He was walking in pus from the ruptured blisters. Garrity thought of Stebbins in his tennis shoes, maybe fighting the same battle. A third warning was called for Ewing. The soldiers watched him closely, and so did the walkers. Ewing's t-shirt was sweat-stained, his back muscles rippling with each step, muscles enough to last for days, but blisters didn't care about muscle. Barkovich joined them, sneering at Ewing, calling him a dumb nigger. Baker threatened him, and Barkovich retreated with a smirk, claiming the rules protected him. 2 o'clock became 2:30. Shadows stretched longer. They climbed a hill, and at the crest Garrity saw hazy blue mountains in the distance. The thunderheads to the west had darkened, and the breeze stiffened, chilling his sweat-dried skin. A group of drunk men in a pickup cheered wildly. Even Ewing waved back. Garrity ate a concentrate tube that tasted vaguely porky. He thought of McVries's hamburger, of chocolate cake, of cold flapjacks filled with apple jelly, the lunches his mother used to make for hunting trips with his father. About 10 minutes later, Ewing bought his ticket. He'd been clustered with other boys when he fell below speed for the last time, perhaps hoping they'd shield him. The soldiers pushed the others aside, dragged Ewing to the shoulder, and shot him while he barely fought. McVree's voice cut through the silence. Afterward, Ewing bled the same color as anyone else. 2 down. The odds adjusted infinitesimally. Garrity wondered what they did with the bodies, then cursed himself for wondering too much. He realized he was tired. At 3 o'clock, the first raindrops fell big, dark, and round. The sky above was tattered and black, wild with thunder and lightning. Garrity had put his coat back on after Ewing's death, and now he zipped it and turned up the collar. Harkness had stowed his notebook in a plastic bag, and Barkovich wore a yellow vinyl rain hat that gave his face a strange, almost comical intensity. A crack of thunder announced the downpour. The rain came so hard that for a few moments, Garrity felt isolated inside a curtain of water, soaked instantly. He turned his face up to the sky, grinning, wondering if the soldiers could still see them. When the rain eased, he looked back at Stebbins, who was hunched over, hands hooked against his belly. At first Garrity feared a cramp, but then realized Stebbins was only protecting the last half of his jelly sandwich. He felt relief. Stebbins' mother should have wrapped it in foil, he thought. The rain led up to a steady drizzle. The clouds began to tatter overhead. Pearson appeared beside Garrity, cleaning his thick glasses on his shirt, squinting nearsightedly. He asked if Garrity had enjoyed the shower. Garrity nodded. Ahead, McVrees urinated while walking backward, drawing a warning for slowing down too much to zip up. Garrity watched the soldiers on the half-track. They were wet, but expressionless. He wondered what it felt like to shoot someone down, if it gave them a sense of power, the same kind of power he'd felt kissing the girl with a sigh, feeling her body. Baker commented on Stebbins' silence. McVrees dismissed it. Stebbins was a loner. Olson interrupted, his voice strange, saying his legs felt funny. Garrity saw the panic in his eyes. McVrees told him to relax, that it would pass. Olson counted his paces, maybe praying. 2 shots rang out, then a third. A boy in a blue sweater lay face down in a puddle, one shoe off, wearing white athletic socks. Hint 12's recommendation. Garrity stepped over him. The word came back that he'd died of slowing down, not blisters or cramps. No one knew his name. Maybe he'd been a loner, like Stebbins. They were 25 miles in. The scenery blurred into woods and fields, dotted with houses and crossroads where spectators braved the drizzle. An old woman stood frozen under a black umbrella, her gaze gimlet, a purple stone ring on her finger, a tarnished cameo at her throat. They crossed an abandoned railroad track. Someone stumbled, was warned, got up and kept walking with a bleeding knee. Caribou was 19 miles away, but darkness would come first. No rest for the wicked, Garrity thought, and laughed. McVrees asked if he was tired. Garrity said he'd been tired for a while, and asked if McVrees wasn't. McVrees made a whimsical, unsettling reply, and blew Garrity a kiss before walking away. Garrity didn't know what to make of him. By 3:45 the sky cleared, and a rainbow appeared in the west, as the sun dipped below gold-edged clouds. Slanting light colored the newly turned fields. The half-track sound was almost soothing. Garrity's head dropped, and he dozed as he walked. Freeport was still far off, a lot of steps, a long way. The whole walk seemed like a looming question mark. He thought it must have some deep meaning, if only he could keep going long enough to find it. He stepped in a puddle and woke with a start. Pearson told him Zuck was still bleeding from the fall on the tracks. Barkovich demanded to know how far to Caribou. Garrity snapped that he didn't know. McVrees answered for him, about 17 miles, and told Barkovich to move on. Barkovich retreated with his insulted look. Garrity and McVrees discussed the boy's abrasive nature, and McVrees advised him to focus on walking Barkovich down. McVrees patted Garrity's shoulder, saying he'd win for the Gipper. Garrity remarked how long the walk seemed. McVrees agreed. Garrity wondered aloud if a drowning man's life really passed before his eyes, and whether that might happen to them on the walk. McVrees shuddered, and hoped not. Garrity asked if McVrees thought they could live the rest of their lives on this road, the parts they would have had, if they'd never come. McVrees pulled out a pack of cigarettes, said he didn't smoke, and lit one anyway, couching it out. He said he thought he'd learn. Garrity pointed out it was crap. McVries admitted it was, and threw it away. The rainbow faded by 4 o'clock. Davidson dropped back to walk with them. A good-looking boy with acne on his forehead, his pack-sack now gone. He reported that Zuck was really hurting, still bleeding badly from the fall on the tracks. Garrity noticed dark spots on the drying pavement, Zuck's blood, trailing in a weaving path across the white line. Olson asked if Zuck was scared. Davidson said Zuck claimed not to care, but Davidson himself was scared for all of them. The group walked on, Baker pointing out another Garrity sign, which Garrity dismissed. He found himself following Zuck's blood trail like a tracker. Olson spoke again, his voice softer now, asking McVries about the baggy feeling in his legs that wasn't going away. McVries didn't answer. Olson's voice grew shrill with fear, but McVries remained silent. Olson asked for a cigarette. McVries gave him the pack. Olson lit one with practiced ease and thumbed his nose at the soldiers, shouting at them with rising hysteria. Several walkers looked away. Garrity shuddered, wondering if the word would soon go back on Olson. By 4:30 they'd covered 30 miles. The sun hung half gone, blood red on the horizon. The sky overhead was darkening blue. Garrity felt a surge of panic. He was suddenly sure he was looking at the last daylight of his life. He wanted the dusk to stretch on forever. A warning was called for Zuck, his third. Zuck looked around with dazed eyes, his right pants leg caked in dried blood. And then he began to sprint, weaving through the walkers in a shambling, limping run. His wound reopened, fresh blood splashing from his cuff as he burst ahead of the pack. He ran up the next rise, silhouetted against the red sky for a frozen moment, then disappeared over the crest with the half-track following. Silence. Then a single shot, a pause, and a second. "Making sure," someone muttered. When they crested the rise, a half-track sat on the shoulder half a mile ahead, blue smoke rising from its exhaust. Of Zuck, there was no sign. Gribble number 48 screamed for the major, calling him a murderer and vowing to tell him to his face. In his excitement, he slowed almost to a stop and was warned. He faltered, then picked up speed, looking down at his feet as he walked. At about 4:45, Garrity ate supper tuna concentrate, crackers with cheese and water. He forced himself to stop, saving rations for later. Baker commented on his appetite. Garrity said he couldn't afford to faint in the middle of the night. Baker mused that it made you think, and Garrity agreed, gesturing toward Stebbins, still walking at the same pace, saving his last half sandwich. Garrity wondered why Stebbins was there, why he never spoke, whether he'd live or die. Baker reminded him they were all going to die. Garrity hoped not tonight. Conversation turned to the prize. Baker admitted he thought about the money. Garrity dismissed wealth as meaningless, you couldn't take it with you. McVries mocked his philosophy with a slanted grin, and Garrity argued fiercely that comfort didn't matter once you were dead. Harkness joined in, saying he'd buy a fleet of checkers if he won. Garrity grew exasperated, insisting that people should just take life a day at a time. McVries called it bullshit, and Garrity shot back that the only difference was they were involved in dying right now. Silence fell. Harkness polished his glasses. Olson looked paler. Garrity regretted going too far. Someone behind them, he thought it might be Stebbins, though he couldn't be sure, murmured approval. Garrity passed his cookies around, and the sun seemed to hang suspended over the horizon. The road felt like a series of upgrades with no descents. Garrity stepped on a discarded food belt Olson's. Olson admitted he'd dropped it, then repeated that he was hungry. Garrity gave him the cheese. McVries called him a musketeer with that same slanted grin. By 5:30, twilight had set in. Lightning bugs appeared, and ground fog gathered in the ditches. Someone asked what happened if the fog got so bad. They walked off the road. Barkovich's nasty reply came back quickly. 4 gone in 8.5 hours. Garrity felt a pinched feeling in his stomach. He'd never outlast all of them, but someone had to. Talk died with the daylight. The encroaching dark and fog felt real and unnatural. Where Garrity wanted a woman, Jan or his mother, and wondered how he'd gotten involved. He couldn't kid himself. Everything had been up front. There were 95 other fools in this parade. The mucus ball was back in his throat. Someone up ahead was sobbing softly, as if it had been there all along. 10 miles to Caribou. The thought of lights ahead cheered Garrity slightly. He was alive, and there was no sense worrying about what might come. As McVries had said, it was all about adjusting your horizons. At 5:15, word came back about Travin, one of the early leaders who was now falling back through the group. He had diarrhea. Garrity couldn't believe it, until he saw the boy walking doubled over, holding his pants up, squatting every few steps, and picking up warnings. Garrity felt disgust. Why didn't Travin just let it go rather than risk death? The soldiers watched him carefully, and when Travin finally half squatted, half fell, they shot him with his pants down. He rolled over, grimacing at the sky, ugly and pitiful. Someone retched loudly and was warned. Harkness observed matter-of-factly that he'd go next. Garrity told him to shut up. They passed a group of cheering teenagers, who gave Garrity a standing ovation. One girl had very large breasts. Her boyfriend watched them jiggle. Garrity felt like a sex maniac. Pearson commented on her jahoobies. Garrity wondered if she was a virgin, like him. They passed a mist-covered pond, beautiful and circular, with a bullfrog croaking from the water plants. Garrity thought it was one of the most beautiful things he'd ever seen. Barkovich complained about the size of the state. McVries said his one goal was to outlast him. Olson was saying a Hail Mary. Garrity looked at him alarmed. Pearson asked how many warnings Olson had. Baker said none, but Olson didn't look good. McVries pointed out that none of them did. For the first time, Garrity noticed his feet hurt, not just his legs, but his feet. He'd been walking on the outside of his soles, wincing when he put a foot down flat. He zipped his jacket and turned up his collar against the damp air. McVries pointed out a graveyard on a small knoll, mist creeping around leaning headstones, an angel with a broken wing. Olson told him to shut up. McVries taunted him about dying in graves, his scar white in the twilight. Baker told McVries to leave Olson alone. McVries insisted Olson was convincing himself he could just lay down and die. Garrity told McVries that if Olson didn't die, McVries would. McVries' smile turned furious, his eyes hard. He accused Olson of forgetting what he'd said earlier about being raring to rip. Olson said he didn't want to do it anymore. Garrity told McVries to leave him alone, and McVries backed off, reminding him that there were no musketeers. Full dark came by 6:30. Caribou was 6 miles away, a dim glow on the horizon. Few people were on the road. The mist was cold around Garrity's feet. Stars appeared, Venus glowing, the Dipper in place. Garrity pointed out Cassiopeia to Pearson, who only grunted. He thought of Jan, and felt guilt about the girl he'd kissed earlier. He couldn't remember her face, but the excitement lingered. Jan had long hair, almost to her waist. She wouldn't let him make love to her, though she wanted to. He didn't know how to convince her. He wondered how many of the others were virgins, probably Gribble, who'd called the Major a murderer. They passed the Caribou city limits. A large crowd and a TV news crew greeted them. A fat reporter trotted alongside, poking his microphone at walkers, asking how they felt. Most gave tired, optimistic answers. Scram, a big bull of a fellow, grinned and said it was the biggest fucking thing he'd ever seen. The reporter ran out of cable and headed back. They rounded a bend past a small shop where the owner had set up a cooler with free sodas for the walkers, but police were explaining it was against the rules. They passed the Caribou paper mills, workers cheering from behind cyclone fences. A whistle blew as Stebbins passed by, the last one through. Barkovich demanded to know if the reporter had asked Garrity anything. Garrity said no. Barkovich boasted that he'd told the reporter he felt great, strong, prepared to go on forever. Pearson told him to shut up. Barkovich insulted him and moved on to Collie Parker, who threatened to pull his nose off. McVries said Barkovich liked it. He'd told the reporter he planned to dance on graves. That was what kept him going. Olson said he'd trip Barkovich next time. McVries reminded him of Rule 8, But Olsen didn't care. By 7, the pace picked up, it was cooler, and walking faster kept them warm. They passed under a turnpike overpass. Baker asked where they joined the turnpike. Garrity said Old Town, about 120 miles away. Not long after, they walked into downtown Caribou. They were 44 miles from the starting point. Caribou was a letdown, just like Limestone, only bigger crowds. A small, tinny high school band played patriotic marches and, with ghastly taste, marching to Pretoria. Percy's mother reappeared, breaking through the police cordon to search for her son, tripping a walker in her frenzy. Soldiers reached for their guns, but a cop arm-locked her and dragged her away. A small boy watched from a barrel as she was put in a cruiser. Her appearance was the highlight of Caribou. McVries asked what came after Old Town. Garrity snapped that he wasn't a walking map. Bangor, Augusta, Kittery, the state line, about 330 miles. Harkness whistled. The whole thing was unbelievable, McVries said, wondering where the major was. Olsen guessed he was shacked up in Augusta. They grinned at the shift in perception. The major had gone from God to Mammon in 10 hours. 95 left. Garrity's mind shied away from picturing McVries or Baker buying tickets. Once Caribou was behind them, the road became deserted. They passed a country crossroads with a single light pole, their shadows crisp in the glare. A train whistle hooted in the distance. The moon cast a dubious light on the ground fog. Garrity drank water. Finter, number 12, got his final warning. His foot had stiffened. When he was shot 10 minutes later, Garrity felt little too tired. He walked around the body, glimpsing a St. Christopher's medal in Fenter's hand. McVries declared he'd fornicate until his cock turned blue. If he got out of this, he was that horny. He joked about Garrity needing a shave. Olsen said he believed in a good screw, not true love. Garrity admitted he believed in true love and felt naive. Olsen told him to ask Fenter and Zuck why they didn't. Pearson joined them, limping visibly. McVries said nobody loves a debtor. Baker brought up Edgar Allan Poe's necrophiliac tendencies. Olsen found the subject repulsive. Abraham joined in, musing about sex in the next world. McVries claimed Marilyn Monroe Abraham gave him the finger. Olsen erupted, shouting that love was a fake, only a good meal, a good screw, and a good shit mattered. Stebbins told him to shut up. A jet passed overhead, its lights pulsing. Garrity half dozed, his mind drifting through memories. His mother singing an Irish lullaby, her face huge and beautiful, Jan in a bathing suit. Jimmy Owens, playing doctor in a sandpit, caught by Jimmy's mother. The shame of being threatened with public nakedness, peering at naked lady calendars, arguing about what lay beneath the cloth, hitting Jimmy with his air rifle. An accident that cost Jimmy 4 stitches, seeing his mother naked accidentally, confirming Jimmy's description. A warning snapped him awake, his second in 10 minutes. Fear returned. He looked around. Olsen was watching him intently, wanting him to die. Garrity walked with determination, his arms swinging. It was 20 to 9. At 20 to 11, 8 miles down the road, he'd be free again. He felt a hysterical urge to proclaim he could do it. They weren't going to watch him get a ticket. Not yet. The ground fog unspooled across the pavement like cigarette smoke, thinning and thickening in the dark, and the shapes of the other boys drifted through it like dark islands pulled along on an invisible tide. 50 miles into the walk, they passed a shuttered garage with a rusted pump out front, the building just a leaning shadow in the mist. Only the fluorescent glare of a telephone booth threw any light at all onto the road. The major never appeared. Nobody came. The road dipped around a curve, and a yellow warning sign emerged from the fog ahead. The grapevine had already started murmuring about it, but Garrity could read it himself before the word reached him. Steep-grade trucks use low gear. Groans rippled through the ranks. Somewhere ahead, Barkovich's voice rang out, challenging anyone to race him to the top. A quiet voice told him to shut his mouth. Barkovich shrilled back, daring whoever had spoken to come up and make him. Baker judged that Barkovich was cracking, but McVries disagreed, saying the smaller boy was simply stretching, that people like Barkovich had a lot of stretch in them. Then Olsen's voice cut through, flat and final, admitting he didn't think he could climb that hill at 4 miles an hour. The hill loomed above them, its top invisible in the fog. Garrity had the queasy thought that it might just go on forever. They started up. He discovered that if he kept his eyes locked on the small patch of pavement directly beneath his feet and leaned slightly forward, he could almost trick himself into believing the ground was level. The illusion didn't stop his lungs from heating up, his breath from turning ragged, but it helped. Word filtered back through those who still had breath to spare. The hill was a 1/4 mile long. No, 2 miles long. No walker had ever gotten a ticket on it. 3 boys had died here just last year. Then the word stopped coming altogether. Olsen kept repeating that he couldn't do it anymore, his breath coming in shallow pants like a dog's, but he kept walking. They all did. The only sounds were Olsen's monotonous chant, the scuff and drag of many feet, and the grinding clatter of the half-track's engine as it chugged alongside them. Fear coiled in Garrity's stomach, a bewildered growing knot. He could die here, and it wouldn't be hard at all. He already carried 2 warnings. All he had to do was let his pace slip just a fraction, and the 3rd would come. And then a warning rang out. Number 70. McVries taunted Olsen, telling him to pick up his feet, to dance up the hill like Fred Astaire. Olsen demanded to know why McVries cared, but McVries gave no answer. Somehow, Olsen found a little more inside himself and speeded up. Garrity wondered morbidly if that extra effort was Olsen's last reserves. He also found himself wondering about Stebbins, still trailing the group at the rear. Up ahead, a boy named Larson sat down in the middle of the road, earning a warning. The others flowed around him like water around a stone. Larson explained with a trusting, shell-shocked smile that he was just resting, just taking a break. He'd catch up in a minute. He looked at the soldier who had jumped down with the chronometer and insisted that a guy couldn't walk all the time, could he? Olsen made a small moaning sound as he passed and flinched when Larson tried to touch his pants cuff. Garrity could feel his pulse beating hot in his temples. He watched Larson get his 2nd warning, then his 3rd, and he told himself that now Larson would understand. Now he'd get up and start pushing hard. And at the end, Larson did realize, too late. Panic crashed into his voice, trying to take it back, but the shot came anyway. They walked on up the hill. McVries murmured something about bottles of beer on the shelf, but Garrity didn't answer. He kept his eyes on his feet and focused everything on reaching the top without that 3rd warning. The hill couldn't go on much longer. It couldn't. Ahead, someone let out a high, gobbling scream, and the rifles fired in unison. Baker was sure it was Barkovich, but Barkovich's voice cut through the dark, crowing that Baker was dead wrong. The boy who had died after Larson was from the vanguard, dragged off the road before any of them reached the spot. Garrity lifted his eyes from the pavement for just a moment, and immediately regretted it. He could barely make out the crest, still a football field's length away, looking like 100 miles. No one spoke. Each boy had retreated into his own private world of pain and effort, seconds stretching into hours. Near the top, a rutted dirt road branched off, and a farmer and his family stood there watching. An old man with a deeply lined brow, a hatchet-faced woman in a heavy cloth coat, 3 half-wilted teenagers. McVries, breathless and streaming sweat, observed that the old man only needed a pitchfork and Grant wood to paint him. Someone called out a greeting, but the family gave no response. They just watched. Garrity thought crazily of the cheese standing alone, of Western movies where buzzards circled the hero dying in the desert. He was glad to leave them behind. He wondered how many boys they had seen shot over the years. 12? 2 dozen? He didn't like to think about it. He took a drink from his canteen, swished the water around in his mouth, trying to cut through the cake saliva, and spat it out. The hill kept climbing. Ahead, Tolan fainted, and was shot after the soldier beside him issued warnings to his unconscious body. It seemed to Garrity they had been climbing for a month. No, 3 years. He giggled, took another mouthful of water, swashed it, and swallowed. No cramps. A cramp would finish him now. But it could happen. It could happen because someone had dipped his shoes in liquid lead while he wasn't looking. 9 dead, and a third of them had fallen on this hill. The major had told Olson to give them hell, and if this wasn't hell, it was a close approximation. Then a wave of giddiness hit him. He felt like he might faint. He slapped himself across the face, hard backhand and forehand. McVries asked if he was all right. Garrity admitted he felt faint. McVries, between quick whistling breaths, told him to pour his canteen over his head. Garrity did, christening himself with the cold water. It shocked him back to alertness, though rivulets of ice ran down his chest. He shouted for a fresh canteen, the effort leaving him drained, and wished he'd waited. A soldier jogged over with one. Garrity could feel the man's expressionless eyes sizing him up. He snapped rudely at the soldier to get away. The man was paid to shoot him, not to stare. The soldier left without any change in his blank expression. Garrity forced himself to walk a little faster. They kept climbing. No one else fell, and then finally they reached the top. It was 9 o'clock. 12 hours on the road. The number meant nothing. What mattered was the cool breeze over the crest, the sound of a bird, the feel of his damp shirt against his skin, the memories still in his head. Those were his, still his. He clung to them with desperate awareness. He said McVries' name just to hear him answer. McVries did. Garrity admitted he was glad to be alive. McVries gave no reply. They were on the downslope now, and walking was easy. Garrity said he was going to try hard to stay alive, almost apologetically. The road curved gently downward. They were still 115 miles from Old Town, and the comparative flatness of the turnpike. McVries finally answered, his voice cracked and dusty. That was the idea, wasn't it? Then silence fell again. No one talked. Baker ambled steadily along, hands in pockets, not a single warning to his name. Olson had retreated into whispered Hail Marys, his face a pale smear in the darkness. Harkness was eating. McVries asked if Garrity had ever seen the end of a long walk. Garrity said no. McVries hadn't either. He'd only asked because Garrity was from Maine. Garrity explained that his father had hated the walks he'd taken him once as an object lesson, and that was the only time. Then a voice spoke from behind them. It was Stebbins, pulling almost even, his head still bent forward, blonde hair flapping around his ears like a sick halo. McVries asked what the end was like. Stebbins said they didn't want to know. McVries pressed. Stebbins gave no answer. Garrity's curiosity about Stebbins burned stronger than ever. The boy hadn't folded, showed no signs of folding, hadn't drawn a warning since the starting line. Garrity heard himself asking the same question. Stebbins told them. He'd seen the end 4 years ago, when he was 13. It ended 16 miles over the New Hampshire border. They'd needed the National Guard and 16 federal squads to augment the state police because the crowd was 60 deep on both sides for 50 miles. Over 20 people had been trampled to death. People had been trying to move with the walkers, trying to see the end. Stebbins had a front row seat. His father, who was in the squads, had gotten it for him. He hadn't even had to move. The walk ended practically in front of him. Olson asked what happened. Stebbins said they could hear the walkers coming before they could see them, one big sound wave getting closer. It was still an hour before they were close enough to see. The two who remained weren't looking at the crowd. They didn't even seem to know it was there. They were looking at the road, hobbling along like they'd been crucified and taken down to walk with the nails still through their feet. A horrified silence fell over the listeners. The crowd had been yelling at them, some shouting one name, some the other, but the only thing that really came through was that "Go, go, go" chant. Stebbins had been shoved around like a beanbag. The guy next to him had either wet himself or done something else in his pants, you couldn't tell which. They walked right past him. One was a big blonde with his shirt open, a shoe sole flapping loose. The other wasn't wearing shoes at all, just socks that ended at his ankles. He'd walked the rest of them away. His feet were purple, the broken blood vessels visible. Stebbins didn't think he felt it anymore. McVries begged him to stop. Stebbins reminded him that he'd asked. No one answered. The half-track clattered along the shoulder, and somewhere up ahead someone drew a warning. Stebbins continued his account. The big blonde had lost. He'd thrown both arms up like Superman, but instead of flying, he'd just fallen flat on his face. Both he and the winner had been walking with 3 warnings, and after 30 seconds, they'd given the blonde his ticket. The crowd had cheered. But then they saw the winner was trying to say something, so they quieted. The boy had fallen to his knees like he was about to pray, but he was only crying. He crawled over to the dead blonde and pressed his face into the dead boy's shirt, talking into the fabric, whispering something no one could hear. Garrity asked what the winner had said, and the question felt like he was betting his whole life on the answer. Stebbins said the winner hadn't spoken to the soldiers then. He was still talking to the dead boy, still telling him something. Pearson asked what happened next, but Stebbins said remotely that he didn't remember. Silence fell. Garrity felt a trapped, panic sensation, like being stuffed into a pipe too narrow to escape. Up ahead, a 3rd warning was given, and a boy made a croaking sound like a dying crow. Garrity prayed silently that no one would be shot now. He felt like he'd go crazy if he heard the guns again. But a few minutes later, the rifles crashed into the night. It was a short boy in a flapping red and white football jersey. For a moment, Garrity thought it was Percy, but it wasn't someone else, maybe named Quincy or Quentin. Garrity didn't go crazy. He turned, ready to hurl angry words at Stebbins, to ask how it felt to inflict such horror, but Stebbins had dropped back to his usual position. Garrity was alone again. They walked on, 90 of them. At 20 minutes to 10 on that endless May 1st, Garrity worked off one of his 2 warnings. 2 more walkers had been eliminated since the boy in the football jersey, but Garrity barely registered it. He was taking inventory of himself. His head was confused, but basically functional. His eyes were grainy. His neck was stiff. His arms were fine. His torso was okay, except for a gnawing hunger that concentrates couldn't touch. His legs were exhausted, muscles aching. He wondered how much longer they'd carry him on their own before his brain took over and drove them past any sane limit, or before they cramped and seized up entirely. But they were tired, not yet broken. His feet ached. He was a big boy, shifting 160 pounds back and forth. The soles hurt, with occasional shooting pains. His left big toe had poked through his sock, a thought that brought Stebbins' story creeping back with horror, and was rubbing uncomfortably against his shoe. But no blisters yet. His feet were still working. He pep-talked himself, 12 dead, maybe twice that many hurting badly, but he was okay, going good, alive. Conversation, which had died after Stebbins' story, picked up again. Talking was what living people did. Yannick and Wyman discussed the soldier's ancestry loudly, agreeing it was mixed, colorful, and bastardized. Pearson suddenly asked if anyone had ever had an enema. Garrity said no. Harkness admitted. His mother had given him one after a Halloween candy binge and hadn't liked it. Pearson said his little brother loved them, which Harkness found sickening, and Pearson agreed was troubling. Davidson joined them, spinning a tall tale about getting drunk at the Steubenville State Fair, crawling into the Hoochie Cooch tent, getting hit in the head by a large nude woman, and then having her let him feel her up when he claimed he was drunk and thought it was the tattooing tent. Baker told about a contest back home to see who could light the biggest fart. A hairy old boy named Davy Popham had burned off most of the hair on his backside. The story had Harkness laughing so hard he drew a warning. The tall tales raced on until the whole structure collapsed. Someone else was warned, and not long after, the other Baker James bought a ticket. The good humor drained away. Talk turned to girlfriends, stumbling and maudlin. Garrity said nothing about Jan, but as weary 10 o'clock rolled in, a black coal sack of night splattered with milky ground mist, she seemed the best thing he'd ever known. They passed through a short string of mercury lights, through a closed and shuttered town, all of them subdued, murmuring. In front of the shop well near the far end, a young couple sat asleep on a bench, heads leaning together, a sign dangling unread between them. The girl looked no more than 14, her boyfriend in a faded sports shirt. Their shadows merged on the street as the walkers passed over them quietly. Garrity glanced back. Sure, the half-track's rumble must have woken them, but they slept on, unaware the event had come and gone. He wondered if the girl would catch trouble from her father. She looked so young. He wondered if their sign was for him, Maine's own, and hoped not. The idea was a little repulsive. He ate the last of his concentrates and felt better. Olsen had nothing to catch from him now. It was funny about Olsen 6 hours ago. Garrity would have bet he was done in, but he was still walking, now without warnings. Garrity supposed a person could do a lot when his life was at stake. They'd come about 54 miles. Talk died with the nameless town. They marched in silence for an hour or so, and chill seeped into Garrity again. He ate the last of his mother's cookies, balled up the foil, and pitched it into the brush. Just another litter bug on the great tomato plant of life. McVries had produced a toothbrush and was dry brushing his teeth. Garrity thought wonderingly that it all went on. You burped, said excuse me, waved back at people because it was polite. No one argued much, except Barkovich. It all went on. Or did it? He thought of McVries sobbing at Stebbins to shut up, of Olsen taking his cheese with whipdog humility. It all had a heightened intensity, sharper contrasts. At 11 o'clock, several things happened at once. Word came back that a small plank bridge ahead had been washed out by the afternoon thunderstorm. The walk would have to stop temporarily. A weak cheer went up, and Olsen muttered thanks to God. Then Barkovich started screaming profanity at the boy next to him, a squat, ugly boy named Rank. Rank swung at him, forbidden by the rules, and was warned. Barkovich ducked and kept yelling, daring Rank to fight. Rank threw another punch, but Barkovich sidestepped, tripped over another walker, and both were warned. Rank started walking faster, avoiding Barkovich. Barkovich, furious at being warned, shouted a crude insult about Rank's mother. Rank turned and charged. Barkovich sidestepped again, sending Rank stumbling across the soft shoulder, where he skidded and sat down, splay-footed, earning a third warning. Barkovich taunted him to get up. Rank did, then slipped and fell on his back, dazed. The third thing that happened was Rank's death. The carbine sighted in, and Baker's voice rang out, declaring Barkovich no longer just a pest but a murderer. The guns roared, Rank's body thrown into the air by the force of the bullets, landing sprawled, one arm on the road. Barkovich screamed that it was Rank's fault. Rank had swung first, Rule 8. No one answered. Barkovich told them all to go fuck themselves. McVries suggested Barkovich go back and dance on the body. Barkovich hurled another crude insult at McVries. McVries said he couldn't wait to see Barkovich's brains on the road, called him a murdering little bastard. Barkovich muttered something, and the others shied away from him like he carried the plague. He walked alone. They hit 60 miles at about 10 past 11, still with no sign of a bridge. Garrity thought the grapevine was wrong this time, but then they cleared a small hill and looked down into a pool of light where a small crowd of bustling men moved. The truck headlights illuminated a wooden plank bridge over a fast-moving stream. Olsen declared his love for the bridge and helped himself to one of McVries's cigarettes. But as they drew closer, he made a soft, ugly sound and tossed the cigarette away. One support and 2 heavy butt planks had been washed out, but the squad had been working. A sawed-off telephone pole had been planted in the stream bed, anchored in a cement plug. In place of the missing planks, they'd laid down a convoy truck tailgate. Makeshift, but it would hold. Abraham joked about the bridge of San Luis Rey, suggesting the front runners might stomp and collapse it again. Pearson gave a small chance of that, then added a weary, broken curse. The vanguard 3 or 4 boys crossed first, their feet clumping hollowly. They reached the other side and walked on without looking back. The half-track stopped, soldiers jumping out to keep pace, while more fell in on the far side. The boards rambled steadily underfoot. 2 men in corduroy coats leaned against a highway repair truck, smoking, wearing green gum rubber boots. They watched the walkers pass. As Garrity's loose group went by, one man identified him, and the other yelled encouragement, mentioning a $10 bet at 12-to-1 odds. Garrity noticed lengths of telephone pole in the truck bed. They were the ones who'd made sure he'd keep going. He raised a hand to them as he crossed. The tailgate chinked under his shoes, and then the bridge was behind them. The road dog-legged. the only reminder of the almost rest a wedge of light on the roadside trees, soon gone. Harkness asked if a long walk had ever been stopped for anything. Garrity said no, then asked if it was for the book. Harkness said it was just personal information. Stebbins spoke from behind them, saying it stopped once every year. No one replied. Half an hour later, McVries walked beside Garrity in silence for a while, then quietly asked if he thought he'd win. Garrity considered a long time before admitting no. The stark admission frightened him. He imagined the final frozen half-second, the carbine swinging toward him, his body cowering from oblivion. He swallowed, and asked McVries the same question. McVries said he'd stopped thinking he had a real chance around 9 that night. He'd gone into it with open eyes, but he hadn't figured on people, or realized the gut truth of what it was. He'd half thought when someone couldn't cut it anymore, they'd shoot, and little bang signs would appear, and the major would say April Fool. Garrity thought of Curly's shocking death, and said he understood. McVries continued, his voice dropping to a hoarse whisper. Walk or die, that was the moral. It wasn't survival of the physically fittest. Weak men could lift cars if their wives were pinned underneath. It was something in the brain. Some would go on long after the laws of biochemistry had given out. Last year, a guy had crawled for 2 miles at 4 miles an hour after both feet cramped up. Olson was worn out but kept going. Barkovich ran on high-octane hate. McVries didn't think he could do that. He wasn't tired yet, but he would be. When he got tired enough, he thought he'd just sit down, but he swore he'd outlast Barkovich. Garrity checked his watch. 11:30. They passed a deserted crossroads with a sleepy constable, then out of the mercury light into darkness. Garrity mused that they could slip into the woods unseen, but Olson warned about infrared sweepscopes, high-intensity microphones, and monitoring gear that could almost pick up their heartbeat and see them like daylight. As if to prove the point, a boy behind them drew a second warning. McVries had walked away. The darkness isolated each of them, and Garrity felt a shaft of loneliness. City boys in the group flinched at every noise in the woods, an owl rustling in the brush, a crashing retreat of some animal. Spring clouds scudded overhead, promising more rain. Garrity turned up his collar and listened to his own footsteps. There was a trick to it, a mental adjustment. This morning his footfalls had been lost in the tramp of 99 others and the half-track's rumble. Now he heard them clearly, his own stride, the way his left foot scraped the pavement. The sound was as loud to him as his heartbeat, vital, life and death. His eyes felt grainy, his lids heavy, his energy draining. Warnings were drowned out, but no one was shot. Barkovich had gone quiet. Stebbins was a ghost again. His watch read 11:40. He thought about the hour of witches, when churchyards yawn and give up their dead. Jan's face came to him. He remembered kissing her at Christmas under the plastic mistletoe, his first real kiss, taking her home, standing in her driveway in silent Christmas snow, arms around her waist, her arms locked around his neck, her soft breasts muffled in her coat. He'd almost told her he loved her then, but it was too quick. After that, they taught each other. She taught him that books could be read for pleasure, not just study. He was a grind, which amused her, and eventually he saw the funny side too. He taught her to knit a tradition in his family, passed from father to son. She was fascinated by the pattern of increases and decreases, soon surpassing him, moving on to sweaters and crocheting. He also taught her to rumba and cha-cha, skills from Saturday morning dance lessons his mother had insisted on. He thought of her face, the way she walked, her voice, the swing of her hip, and wondered in terror what he was doing on this dark road. He wanted her, wanted to do it all again differently. When he thought of the Major's tanned face and mirrored sunglasses, horror made his legs rubbery. He asked himself desperately why he was here, with no answer. The guns crashed, a body thudding onto the concrete. Fear gripped him again, throat-choking, making him want to run blindly until he found Jan in safety. McVries had Barkovich to keep him going. He'd concentrate on Jan. She'd be in the front lines. He'd see her. He thought about kissing the other girl and felt ashamed. Doubt flooded him. How could he know he'd make it? L cramps, blisters, cuts, nosebleeds, hills too big and too long. He told himself he would make it. McBreeze appeared at his shoulder, congratulating him on midnight. They lived to fight another day. Abraham added that many of them would, though he didn't begrudge anyone. Olson tiredly reminded them it was 105 miles to Old Town. McBreeze dismissed Old Town and asked about Augusta. Garrity said it was the state capital with traffic circles and movies. McBreeze joked about hitting Boston, drawing groans. Cheers and catcalls came from up ahead. Garrity heard his own name, alarmed. Half a mile ahead, a ramshackle farmhouse with a clique light and a huge pine bough sign proclaimed him Maine's own from the Aroostook County Parents Association. Someone asked where the parents were, and Garrity, embarrassed, said back home making kids. The attention and bets 12-1, good or bad? L made him uncomfortable. He'd discovered in the last 15 hours he didn't crave the limelight. Davidson joked about the parents leaving a few behind, Abraham about PTA poontang. The ribbing was half-hearted, and died quickly. The road killed most ribbing. They crossed another cement bridge over a good-sized river, water rippling black below, crickets curred. And around 15 past midnight, a spatter of cold rain began to fall. A harmonica began to play somewhere ahead, brief and pretty hint 6. Conserve wind. Garrity thought it sounded like a Stephen Foster tune, something about morning in the cornfield, then corrected himself, mentally running through other Foster classics. He mused about Foster drinking himself to death, and Poe, reputedly a necrophiliac who'd married his 14-year-old cousin, making him a pedophile as well. If only they could have seen The Long Walk. He thought they could have collaborated on the world's first morbid musical. Up ahead, someone started screaming. A very young voice, wordless, pure terror. A dark figure broke from the pack, raced across the shoulder in front of the half-track. Garrity couldn't remember when it had rejoined them and dove for the woods. The guns roared. A dead weight crashed through juniper and underbrush. A soldier dragged the inert form out by the hands. Garrity watched apathetically. Even the horror wore thin, he thought. There was a surfeit even of death. The harmonica player switched to a sardonic version of taps, and someone, Collie Parker, probably told him angrily to shut up. Stebbins laughed. Garrity felt a sudden fury at Stebbins, wanting to ask how he'd like someone laughing at his death. It was the kind of thing Barkovich would do, and Barkovich had already said he'd dance on graves 16 of them by now, but he'd have little left of his feet to dance with, Garrity thought. A sharp pain shot through his right arch, the muscle tightening, then loosening. He waited for it to hit harder, to turn his foot into wood, but it didn't. Olson croaked that he couldn't walk much further. No one answered. The darkness felt like burial. Dawn was a century away, and many of them would never see it. Garrity imagined them buried alive, the priest's muffled voice overhead, mourners unaware they were still alive and screaming. Hope, fading into darkness. He could go crazy, he thought. A breeze soughed through the pines. He turned and urinated, Stebbins shifting aside. Harkness made a coughing, snoring sound, walking half asleep. Garrity became acutely aware of life's small sounds, hawking, sneezing, chewing, murmured questions and answers. Yannick sang softly off-key. Awareness, he thought. But it wasn't forever. Olson asked again why he'd let himself in for this. No one answered. Garrity thought Olson was already dead. Another light rain fell. They passed an ancient graveyard, a church, a tiny shop front, then walked through a small community of neat homes. A dozen subdued spectators cheered, as if afraid to wake their neighbors. The youngest was an intense-eyed man of about 35, rimless glasses, shabby sport coat, fly half unzipped, chanting softly and waving ceaselessly. On the far side, a sleepy policeman held up a trailer truck. 4 more street lights, an abandoned Grange building, and the town was gone. Garrity felt like he'd walked through a Shirley Jackson story. McBreeze pointed out a tall boy in a ridiculous Loden green trench coat, arms wrapped around his head like a poultice, weaving unsteadily. Garrity watched with academic interest, unable to recall seeing him before. The boy stumbled, Almost fell, kept walking. He made no sound. Garrity and McVries watched his struggle for perhaps 10 minutes, losing their own aches in his. He fell, and was warned, got up again, his ugly face now close to them. Olsen asked what was wrong with him, but the boy didn't respond. He'd withdrawn completely, staring at the road with horrid fascination, as if it were a tightrope over an endless chasm. Garrity asked his name, but the boy didn't answer. Garrity found himself repeating the question obsessively, as if it could save him. McVries tugged his sleeve, told him not to bother, the boy was dying. He fell again, got up with scratches on his forehead. Behind them now, they heard him get his final warning. They passed through a dark railroad overpass, rain dripping hollowly. Then they were out, and Garrity was grateful for a long, straight, flat stretch ahead. 45 fell again. Footsteps quickened. Not long after, the guns roared. Garrity decided his name must not have mattered. 3:30 in the morning. To Ray Garrity, it felt like the longest minute of the longest night of his life, for dead ebb, low tide, when the sea washes back leaving mudflats littered with debris. 7 more had gotten tickets since the boy in the trench coat around 2 in the morning. 3 had gone down almost together. They were 75 miles in, 24 gone. But none of that mattered. Only the dead ebb. Another warning was given, and shortly after, the guns crashed again. This time it was Davidson. Number 8. The boy who'd claimed to have sneaked into the Hoochie Cooch tent at the Steubenville Fair. Garrity looked at his white, blood-spattered face for just a moment, then back at the road. He looked at the road quite a lot now. The white line, sometimes solid, sometimes broken, sometimes double. He wondered how people could drive over this road and not see the pattern of life and death in that paint. Or did they see hell? The pavement fascinated him. How easy it would be to sit down squat, let his knee joints pop, put his hands back on the cool surface, feel the pressure leave his feet, then lie back, spread-eagled, spine stretching, watching the stars, not hearing the warnings, just waiting. Hearing the footsteps scatter as walkers moved out of the line of fire, leaving him alone. Hearing the whispers, it's Garrity getting a ticket. Maybe time to hear Barkovich laugh one more time, then the carbine swinging in. He tore his glance from the road and stared at the moving shadows, searching the horizon for any trace of dawn. There was none. The night was still dark. They passed through 2 or 3 more small towns, all dark and closed. Since midnight, maybe 3 dozen sleepy spectators, diehards. The rest of the last 3.5 hours was a dream montage, an insomniac's wake-mare. Garrity looked at the faces around him. None seemed familiar. Panic stole over him. He tapped the shoulder of the walker in front, asking if it was Pete. The figure grunted irritably and slipped away. Olsen had been on his left, Baker on his right, but now there was no one on his left, and the boy to his right was chubbier than Baker. He had a wild thought that he'd wandered off the road and fallen in with Boy Scouts. Then relief washed over him. That was Abraham up ahead, gangling and unmistakable. His stage whispered to him. Abraham muttered back, telling him to leave him alone. Garrity was still with them. The disorientation passed. Someone ahead got a 3rd warning. Garrity thought he had no warnings. He could sit down for a minute, but he'd never get up. He remembered promising his mother he'd see her and Jan in Freeport. At 9 o'clock yesterday morning, his arrival there had been a foregone conclusion. Now it wasn't a game anymore, and the possibility of walking in on bloody stumps seemed horribly possible. Someone else was shot down behind him, aimbad, screaming for a long time before another bullet cut him off. Garrity thought of Bacon and gagged. He wondered if 26 down was high or low for 75 miles. His head dropped. His feet carried him forward on their own. He thought about Freaky D'Alessio's funeral. Freaky, whose eyes didn't quite jibe, always picked last for baseball, played deep center where he couldn't do much damage. Once a ball hit him in the forehead and left thread marks like a brand for a week. Freaky was killed by a car on US 1 outside Freeport. His friend Eddie Klipstein told the story for weeks. Freaky went over the handlebars, knocked out of his boots, his body flying to a stone wall where he spread his head like wet glue, At the funeral, Freaky was fixed up in his sport coat and tie, Cub Scouts pin, eyes closed, looking ready to step out at the mention of baseball. Garrity felt relieved. That had been the only dead person he'd ever seen before all this. Clean and neat, nothing like Ewing, or the boy in the trench coat, or Davidson with blood on his livid face. It's sick, he thought. It's just sick. At 3:45, he got a first warning and slapped himself awake. His body was chilled through, his kidneys dragged. The stars in the east seemed paler. With amazement, he realized that at this time yesterday, he'd been asleep in the car driving up to the border. He longed to be back there to bring back yesterday morning. 4:10. He looked around, getting a lonely gratification from knowing he was one of the few fully awake. It was lighter now, enough to make out features. Baker was up ahead, Art by the flapping red striped shirt. McVries was near him. Olson was off to the left, keeping pace with the half-track. Garrity had been sure Olson had gotten a ticket in the small hours, and was relieved he hadn't had to see him go down. Olson's head bounced like a rag doll's. Percy was back by Stebbins now, walking with a sailor's lopsided roll. He spotted Gribble, Harkness, Wyman, Colley Parker. Most of the people he knew were still in it. By 4:00, a brightening band appeared on the horizon. Garrity's spirits lifted. He stared back at the long tunnel of the night in horror, wondering how he'd gotten through it. He stepped up his pace, approaching McVries, who was walking with his chin against his chest, eyes half open and vacant, a thin cord of saliva at his mouth, catching the first pearly touch of dawn. Garrity didn't want to wake him. It was enough to be close to someone he liked, someone else who'd made it through. They passed a rocky meadow where 5 cows stared from a bark-peeled fence. A small dog tore out of a farmyard and barked at them. Soldiers raised their guns, but the dog only chased along the shoulder from a safe distance. Someone yelled at it to shut up. Garrity became entranced by the dawn. He watched the sky lighten by degrees, the white band on the horizon deepening from pink to red to gold. The guns roared once more before the night was finally banished, but he barely heard. The first arc of the sun peered over the horizon, faded behind a cloud, then burst through in full. It promised to be a perfect day, and Garrity greeted it with a half-coherent thought. Thank God he could die in daylight. A bird chirped sleepily. They passed a farmhouse where a bearded man waved after setting down his wheelbarrow. A crow cawed from the shadowy woods. The first heat of the day touched Garrity's face gently, and he welcomed it, grinning and yelling for a canteen. McVries twitched his head like a dog waking from a dream, then looked around with muddy eyes, marveling at the daylight and asking the time. Garrity showed him his watch 4:45. McVries asked how many miles. Garrity estimated 80, with 27 down a quarter of the way home. McVries smiled, agreeing. Garrity asked if he felt better. McVries said 1,000% better, and Garrity agreed, attributing it to the daylight. McVries mentioned the World's Week article about the long walk, how over $2 billion got bet each year. Baker joined them, telling about his high school pool where everyone kicked in a quarter and picked a 3-digit number. Whoever was closest to the last mile won the money. McVries called out to Olson about all the cash riding on him. Olson responded in a tired voice, suggesting what the bettors could do with themselves. They laughed. Baker predicted lots of pretty girls on the road today, eyeing Garrity. Garrity said he was done with that. He had a girl ahead and was going to be good. McVries made a dry comment about being sinless. Garrity shrugged, saying see it any way he liked. McVries flatly said the chances were 100-1 against him doing more than waving to her. Garrity corrected him 73-1 now. Still high, McVries said, but Garrity's good humor held. He felt like he could walk forever. They passed an all-night gas station, the attendant waving, calling encouragement to Wayne specifically. McVries quietly asked Garrity if he could tell all the guys who'd bought it. Garrity said no. McVries asked about Barkovich. Garrity pointed him out ahead, in front of Scram. McVries spotted him. Garrity noted Stebbins was still back there too. McVries wasn't surprised, calling him a funny guy. Silence fell. McVries pulled out macaroons from his knapsack and shared one with Garrity, wishing it was over one way or the other. They ate in silence. McVrees figured they must be halfway to Old Town. 80 down, 80 to go. Garrity agreed. McVrees said they wouldn't get there until tonight. The mention of night made Garrity's flesh crawl. Then he abruptly asked about McVrees's scar. McVrees' hand went to his cheek. He said it was a long story. Garrity took a closer look at him. Rumpled hair, limp clothes, pale face, deeply circled eyes, and told him he looked like shit, then burst out laughing. McVrees grinned back, saying Garrity didn't look like a deodorant ad either. They laughed hysterically, clutching each other, until both were warned. They stopped and settled into the day's business. Thinking, Garrity thought. That's the day's business. Isolation, because in the end you're alone. He'd put as many miles in his brain as with his feet. It made him wonder what Socrates thought about after his hemlock. At a little past 5 they passed their first real spectators, 4 little boys sitting cross-legged outside a pup tent in a dewy field, one still in his sleeping bag, all solemn, hands moving like metronomes, none smiling. Shortly after, the road forked into a wider 3-lane asphalt expanse. They passed a truck-stop restaurant and whistled at 3 young waitresses on the steps. Collie Parker sounded the most serious, inviting one for Friday night. Garrity thought they were acting immature but waved politely. The walkers spread out across the wider road. Garrity caught sight of Barkovich again and wondered if he wasn't one of the smart ones with no friends, no grief. A knock-knock joke came back through the grapevine, the Major buggering his mother before breakfast, then his grandmother, then his Bedlington Terrier Sheila. Garrity was laughing when he noticed McVrees had stopped, staring with odd fixity at the soldiers on the half-track. McVrees suddenly yelled, demanding to know if they thought it was funny. His face darkened, the scar wide against his flushed skin. He shouted that the Major buggered himself, that the soldiers probably buggered each other. Other walkers stared and eased away. McVrees ran at the half-track. The soldiers raised their guns, but McVrees halted, shaking his fists and screaming at them to come down and fight. A soldier gave him a second warning in a neutral voice. Garrity thought numbly that McVrees was going to get it. He'd fly through the air like Freaky D'Alessio. McVrees ran on, spat on the half-track, and screamed for them to come on. A third, final warning was given. McVrees cursed the warnings. Garrity, without thinking, ran back and grabbed McVrees' arm, drawing his own warning. He shoved McVrees hard, yelling that he was going to get shot. Stebbins passed them by. McVrees seemed to recognize Garrity for the first time. A second later, Garrity drew his third warning and knew McVrees was seconds away from his ticket. McVrees told him to go to hell in a dead voice, and began walking again. Garrity walked with him, saying he thought McVrees was going to buy it. McVrees said he hadn't, thanks to the musketeer, then declared they were all going to buy it. Garrity said somebody wins it might be one of them. McVrees called it a fake, saying there was no winner or prize, that they'd take the last guy out and shoot him too. Garrity yelled at him not to be stupid. McVrees repeated that everyone loses, his eyes baleful in their dark sockets. They were walking alone. Others kept away. They crossed a railroad track, passed under a cement bridge, then a boarded-up Dairy Queen. Olson drew a warning. Stebbins tapped Garrity's shoulder, commenting that McVrees was angry at the Major. Garrity agreed, saying he'd passed the point of wanting to invite him to tea. Stebbins told him to look behind. A second half-track had rolled up, and a third fell in behind. The Major was coming, Stebbins said, and everyone would cheer. They didn't really hate him yet. He said they just thought they did. But wait until tonight, until tomorrow. Garrity asked, what if they hissed and booed? Stebbins asked if he would. Garrity admitted no. Stebbins said no one else would either. Garrity asked if Stebbins thought he'd win. Stebbins said calmly that he was quite sure of it, and dropped back to his usual position. At 5:25, Yannick bought his ticket. At 5:30, just as Stebbins predicted, the Major came. His jeep roared over the crest of the hill behind them, then along the shoulder past them. The Major stood at full attention in his jeep, holding a stiff eyes right salute as he passed. A strange chill of pride went through Garrity's chest. Not everyone cheered. Collie Parker spat. Barkovich thumbed his nose, McVries just stared with soundless lips, and Olson didn't seem to notice at all, fixed on his feet. Garrity cheered along with Percy, Harkness, Wyman, Art Baker, Abraham and Sledge, who'd just picked up his second warning. Then the Major was gone, moving fast. Garrity felt a little ashamed he'd wasted energy. They passed a used car lot with a 21-horn salute and an amplified voice boasting that no one out-traded McLaren's Dodge. Garrity found it disheartening. He asked McVries if he felt any better. McVries said he felt great, that he'd just walk along and watch them drop. He'd done the math in his head and figured they could make at least 320 miles at this rate, which wasn't even a record. Baker told him to take it somewhere else if he was going to talk like that. McVries apologized sullenly and shut up. The day brightened. Garrity unzipped his fatigue jacket and slung it over his shoulder. The road leveled out, dotted with houses, small businesses and occasional farms. The pines had given way to Dairy Queens, gas stations, and little crackerbox ranchos, many for sale. In 2 windows, he saw the familiar signs "My son gave his life in the squads." Collie Parker asked where the ocean was, complaining it looked like Illinois. Garrity told him to keep walking. It was about 108 miles south. Parker called it a dipshit state, complaining about all the trees and asking if there was a city anywhere. Garrity said they thought it was fun to breathe real air instead of smog. Parker snapped that there was no smog in Joliet, calling him a hick. Garrity shot back that there was a lot of hot air instead. Parker threatened to twist his balls if they were home. McVries, recovered and sardonic, suggested they settle it like gentlemen. First one to get his head blown off bought the other a beer. Garrity said he hated beer. Parker cackled and called him a bumpkin, walking away. McVries observed that everyone was buggy this morning, even him, and it was a beautiful day. Olson said nothing. McVries tried to bait him, but Baker told him to leave Olson alone. McVries shouted for Olson to go for a walk. Olson muttered, "Go to hell." McVries pretended not to hear, and Olson screamed it. McVries nodded wisely, and Olson went back to looking at his feet. Garrity thought about Parker's insults. Parker was a bastard, a drugstore cowboy, a leather jacket hero. What did he know about Maine? L. Garrity had lived in Porterville his whole life, population 970, no blinker light. His father used to say it was the only town in the county with more graveyards than people, but it was clean, quiet, with only Wednesday bingo at the Grange Hall. What was wrong with that? He looked at Parker's back resentfully. Parker had missed out. He thought of Jan again. He needed her. He loved her. He knew she'd become more than she actually was, a life symbol, a shield against sudden death. It was 6:15. He stared at a clump of cheering housewives near an intersection, one in tight slacks and a tighter sweater, plain-faced, 3 gold bracelets clinking as she waved. Garrity waved back absently, thinking of Jan from Connecticut, smooth and self-confident, with long blonde hair and flat shoes because she was so tall. They'd met at school, slow at first, then it clicked. Harkness's voice cut in. He had a cramp in his foot and didn't know if he could walk on it, his eyes pleading. Garrity didn't know what to say. Jan was life. Harkness was death. He told Harkness he couldn't help him. He had to do it himself. Harkness looked panicked, then grim, nodded, stopped, and knelt to fumble off his loafer, earning a warning. He massaged his foot as Garrity walked backward to watch. 2 Little League boys on bikes watched from the roadside, mouths open. Harkness got a second warning. He got up, limping in his stocking foot, dropping his shoe, fumbling for it, losing it, stopping to pick it up and earning his third warning. His face was fire engine red, his mouth a wet O. But Garrity rooted for him silently. Harkness limped faster. The Little League boys pedaled alongside. Garrity turned forward, not wanting to watch anymore, trying to remember how it felt to kiss Jan, to touch her breast. A Shell station came up on the right, a dusty pickup with 2 men in hunting shirts on the tailgate drinking beer, a mailbox with its lid hanging open, a dog barking somewhere out of sight. The Carbanes came down from High Port, found Harkness, a long, terrible silence. Then they went back up, then down again. Garrity could hear Harkness's wet breathing. The guns went up, down, up again. The Little Leaguers kept pace. Baker told them to get out. They didn't want to see this. They looked at him with flat curiosity and kept on. One small bullet-headed kid on it with braces blipping his bike horn and grinning, the sun glinting off his braces. The guns came down again. Eternity. Then up. Garrity checked his watch 3 seconds. Then more. Harkness caught up. Past him, his face rigid, eyes straight ahead, pupils tiny points, lips bluish, complexion cream except for 2 garish spots of color. He wasn't favoring the bad foot anymore. The cramp had loosened, his stocking foot slapping rhythmically. How long could you walk without shoes? Garrity wondered. He felt a loosening in his chest, heard Baker exhale. It was stupid. The sooner Harkness stopped, the sooner they could stop, but something deeper, truer held. Harkness was part of his group, his sub-clan, part of a magic circle. If one part broke, any part could. The Little Leaguers biked alongside for another 2 miles before losing interest and turning back. Garrity was glad they'd been cheated of death. Up ahead, Harkness had formed a new one-man vanguard, walking very rapidly, almost running, looking neither right nor left. Garrity wondered what he was thinking. Scram fascinated Garrity, not because of intelligence, moon-face, crew-cut, or moose-like build, but because he was married. Garrity asked the 3rd time, still not convinced Scram wasn't joking. Scram confirmed it. He dropped out of school at 14, no troublemaker, just couldn't make grades, and his history teacher read an article about overpopulated schools. He figured let someone who could learn take his place, and he'd get to business. He wanted to marry Kathy anyway. Garrity asked how old he was. 15, Scram answered. No one tried to talk him out of it, except a guidance counselor who gave him a soft sell. Scram went to work in a bedsheet factory in Phoenix at $3 an hour. He and Kathy were happy people. She'd grab him while watching TV and say so. She was a peach. Garrity asked if they had kids. Kathy was pregnant now. They'd waited until they had $700 in the bank, and she caught pregnant right away. Scram's kid was going to college. Dumb guys like him might not have smart kids, but Kathy was smart enough for both of them. He'd made her finish high school. Garrity couldn't think of anything to say. He wondered where Harkness was, far out of sight. Scram was out of sight too. Garrity thought he'd made a bad mistake. Kathy was pregnant, but that didn't win favors here. $700 in the bank didn't spell anything. No insurance company would touch a long walker. Garrity asked cautiously, what happened if Scram bought it? Scram smiled. Sure, it wouldn't happen. He felt like he could walk forever. He'd wanted to be in the long walk since he was old enough to want anything. He'd walked 80 miles 2 weeks ago. No sweat. Garrity pressed, but Scram only chuckled. Kathy was almost 18, a year older. Her folks with her in Phoenix. It sounded to Garrity like they knew something Scram didn't. Garrity said he must love her a lot. Scram said he hadn't looked at anyone else since they married, and he was doing this. He laughed, asking wasn't it fun? Garrity said not for Harkness. Pearson joined them, saying Scram had no grasp of consequences he could lose. Scram said Vegas odds made him the favorite, odds on. Pearson glumly agreed he was in shape, but there were still 72 of them left. Scram thought about it, slow and ponderous, then said he didn't want to make them mad, but they hadn't gotten into this thinking of winning. Most didn't know why. Barkovich was just walking to see others die, living on it, but it wasn't enough. He'd dry up like a leaf. Garrity asked about himself. Scram looked troubled, then said he didn't know why he was walking either. He was going now because he was afraid, but that wasn't enough. It wore out. When it did, he'd buy a ticket like the rest. Garrity thought about McVeigh saying he'd sit down when he got tired. He told Scram he'd have to walk a long time to walk him down, but Scram's assessment had scared him badly. Scram said he was ready to walk a long time. Their feet carried them forward, over a railroad track, past a closed fried clam shack, then out into the country. Pearson said he understood dying now. If he stopped walking, he'd come to an end, like a record after the last groove. He didn't want to die. Scram asked if just knowing about death would keep him from dying. Pearson smiled sickly, saying it was all that was keeping him going. Garrity was grateful his defenses hadn't been reduced to that not yet. A boy in a black turtleneck suddenly had a convulsion, falling and flopping on the road, gargling mindlessly. As Garrity hurried past, a fluttering hand bounced off his shoe, revulsion flooding him. The boy was second warned, but beyond hearing when his 2 minutes were up, they shot him like a dog. They reached the top of a gentle grade and looked down into green, unpopulated country. Garrity was grateful for the cool breeze. The road stretched 12 miles ahead, sliding down, zigzagging through woods, a charcoal mark across green, fading into pink haze. Scram had never seen anything like it. Arizona didn't have this much green. Baker said enjoy it while they could. It was going to be a scorcher, already hot at 6:30. Pearson said he thought you'd get used to it where Baker came from. Baker said you didn't get used to it, you learned to live with it. Scram said he'd like to build a house up here and look at the view every morning with Kathy, maybe someday when this was all over. No one said anything. By 6:45, the ridge was behind them, the breeze cut off, heat settling in. Garrity took off his jacket, rolled it, tied it at his waist. The road was no longer deserted. Early risers had parked cars, standing or sitting in clumps, cheering and waving signs. 2 girls stood beside a battered MG at the bottom of a dip, in tight shorts and midi blouses. Garrity felt animal lust rising, making him shake. Gribble dashed at them, the radical of the group. One girl leaned back on the MG's hood, spreading her legs slightly. Gribble put his hands on her breasts. She didn't stop him. He was warned, hesitated, then plunged against her. She hooked her ankles around his calves, arms around his neck. They kissed. Gribble took a second and third warning, then with 15 seconds left stumbled away, ran, fell, got up, clutching his crotch, sobbing he couldn't, not enough time, she wanted him, and he couldn't. Barkovich said they'd given the girls their thrill. Gribble screamed at him to shut up, said it hurt. He had a cramp. Pearson identified it as blue balls. Gribble, looking like a stunned weasel, dropped to his knees, hands pressed to his lower belly, head bowed, shivering and snuffling. A moment later, he was dead. Garrity turned to look at the girls, but they'd retreated inside the MG, just shadows. He tried to push them from his mind, but the memory crept back, the twitching thighs, the heat. He felt himself go, the warm flow, the shame of it soaking through his pants. He thought of Jan, confused, mixed up. He retied his jacket and walked on, the memory dulling quickly, like a Polaroid left in the sun. The steep downhill grade forced them into a faster pace, muscles pistoning and sweating freely. Incredibly, Garrity found himself wishing for night again. He looked at Olson, who was staring at his feet, neck cords knotted, lips drawn back in a frozen grin. McVries appeared at his elbow, startling him, and observed that Olson was almost there when they started, half hoping someone would shoot them so they could rest. They weren't far away. Garrity asked crossly why everyone else knew so much more than him. McVries said tenderly it was because he was so sweet, then sped up and passed him. Garrity looked for Stebbins, spotting him a quarter-mile back, purple pants and chambray shirt unmistakable, still tailing the pack like a vulture. A wave of rage hit him, an urge to throttle Stebbins that he had to fight down. By the bottom of the grade, Garrity's legs felt rubbery, the numb weariness broken by sharp pains threatening to knot his muscles. 22 hours of non-stop walking, unbelievable. He asked Scram how he felt. Scram said fit and fine, just as fit and fine as could be. Garrity noted. He sounded like he was getting a cold. Scram said it was pollen hay fever. He even got it in Arizona, but he never caught colds. A hollow rifle report echoed from far ahead. The word came back. Harkness had burnt out. An elevatorish sensation dropped in Garrity's stomach as he passed it on. The magic circle was broken. Harkness would never write his book. He was being dragged off the road like a grain bag, tossed into a track in a canvas body bag. The long walk was over for him. McVries remarked that old Harkness had bought a ticket to see the farm. Barkovich called over, asking why he didn't write him a poem. McVries told him to shut up, calling him killer. Barkovich screamed he wasn't a killer. He'd dance on McVries' grave. Angry shouts silenced him, and he stalked faster, muttering. Baker suddenly asked if they knew what his uncle did. He was an undertaker. Baker had always wondered who'd embalm him, like wondering who cut the barber's hair or operated on the doctor. Abraham asked who got the call when the time came. Baker looked up at the overleafing trees. Exhausted, McVrees pressed him. Abraham said it was the oldest joke. Baker says, "Whatever made you think he was dead?" But Baker's uncle was dead, lung cancer, 6 years ago. He hadn't smoked, afraid it would give him cancer. McVrees demanded who buried him. Baker said, "Actually, nobody. He wanted to be cremated." His aunt had his ashes in a ceramic vase in Baton Rouge. She'd tried to keep the undertaking business going, but nobody cottoned to a lady undertaker. McVrees said he doubted that. He thought the uncle jinxed her. When Baker asked how, McVrees pointed out that getting cremated wasn't a good advertisement for the business. Scram chuckled through his plugged nose, agreeing McVrees had him there. Baker and McVrees beamed at each other. Abraham said heavily that Baker's uncle bored the tits off him. At that moment, Olson began begging one of the guards to let him rest, not slowing down enough to be warned, but his voice a craven, pleading monotone that made Garrity crawl with embarrassment. Conversation lagged. Spectators watched with horrified fascination. Garrity wished Olson would shut up. The soldier stared woodenly, giving occasional warnings. 7:45. Word came back. They were 6 miles short of 100. The record for most to complete the first 100 miles was 63. They looked sure to break it with 69 still in the group. Not that it mattered. They passed through a wooden-covered bridge, cool and echoing with barn swallows. The sun drilled down hotter on the other side. Garrity yelled for a canteen. A soldier trotted over with one. His stomach growled for food. He'd wait until 9. He'd be damned if he'd die on an empty stomach. Baker cut past, dropped his breeches, and squatted, earning a warning, then another. He caught up 20 seconds later, cinching his pants, badly out of breath, declaring it the fastest crap he'd ever taken. McVrees said he should have brought a catalog, Baker explained. He was a once-a-day man. Took laxatives if he didn't go. Pearson warned laxatives ruin your intestines. Baker scoffed. Abraham started to say his grandfather never used laxatives and lived to be, but Pearson cut him off, asking if he kept records. Abraham asked if he was doubting his grandfather's word. Pearson rolled his eyes and said, "Heaven forbid." Garrity, not interested in the laxative argument, had been watching Percy edging toward the shoulder, now walking on the sandy shoulder, snapping frightened glances at the soldiers and the thick screen of trees. He said he thought Percy was going to break for it. Baker said they'd shoot him sure. Pearson said it didn't look like anyone was watching. McVrees angrily told them not to tip the soldiers off. For 10 minutes they aped conversation, watching Percy gauge the distance. Pearson muttered he hadn't got the guts. Then Percy began walking slowly toward the woods. 2 steps, 3, 1 more, and he'd be there. His jeans-clad legs moved unhurriedly, his blond hair ruffling like an explorer scout out bird-watching. No warnings. Percy had forfeited his right when his foot passed the shoulder's verge. He hadn't fooled anyone. A single sharp report. Garrity jerked his eyes to the soldier on the half-track's deck, then back to Percy. Percy stood frozen on the weedy border, one hand pressed to his chest like a poet about to speak, eyes wide and somehow ecstatic. Blood seeped through his fingers, shining in the sunlight. 3 coin-shaped splatters fell on his dusty black shoes. It all happened in 3 seconds. Percy pitched forward, struck a sapling, rolled and landed face up just dead, the grace gone. McVrees began a rapid, half-mad curse, calling for the ground to be seeded with salt, then laughed. Abraham told him hoarsely to shut up. McVrees, giggling hysterically, said all the world was God. They were walking on the Lord, and the flies were the Lord too. The tension around Percy's death had curdled into something jagged and brittle among the remaining walkers. McVrees broke the silence with a fractured, irreverent parody of a prayer, twisting holy words into a joke about tinfoil and peanut butter. Abraham threatened to strike him, his pale face rigid with outrage, but McVrees only laughed. his voice careening between mock piety and near hysteria. Garrity pleaded with them both to stop, his own fears surfacing as he urged them to stay civil. Baker interjected with a strange, unfocused question about party favors, which drew a sharp rebuke from Abraham. Then Baker's mood shifted. He remarked on how young Percy had been, expressing disbelief that the boy could have been more than 14, while Abraham insisted that Percy's mother had clearly been the overindulgent type, seeking confirmation from Garrity and Pearson. McVrice delivered the cruel punchline that Percy's mother wouldn't be spoiling him anymore. Olsen, meanwhile, had begun to mutter incoherently at the soldiers, who paid him no mind. One of them, the same guard who had shot Percy, was now calmly eating a sandwich. They passed a gas station where a mechanic was hosing down the tarmac, and Scram voiced his envy, wishing they could be cooled off that way. Garrity snapped that they were all hot, and Pearson grumbled that he thought Maine was supposed to be cool. Garrity retorted that now he knew differently, which earned him a sarcastic jab from Pearson about being such a pleasure to travel with. McVrice laughed, and Garrity, grasping for a retort, fired back a crude remark about the state of Pearson's underwear. They reached a truck stop where several big rigs had been pulled over to clear the road. One driver, a burly man in a dirty t-shirt, stood anxiously by his refrigerator truck, feeling its side as the morning sun stole its cold. When the waitresses cheered the walkers, the driver turned and gave them all the finger. Scram took offense, calling the man a rotten sport, but McVrice laughed and declared the trucker the first honest citizen they'd seen. Garrity explained that the driver was likely carrying perishables from Boston to Montreal and had been forced off the road, risking his job or his rig if he was an independent. Parker scoffed at the driver's troubles, insisting the route had been publicized for months. Abraham noted Garrity's knowledge of the industry, and Garrity admitted his father had driven a rig before being taken away. Parker and the others fell silent. Up ahead the rifles cracked again, a body fell and soldiers dragged it off the road while another tossed a body bag from the half-track. Wyman mentioned he'd had an uncle who was squatted. Parker declared that only fools got squatted. Garrity looked at him, wanting to be angry, but instead he dropped his gaze to the road, recalling his father a drunkard and a political fool. McVrice told Parker to shut his mouth. Parker challenged him, but McVrice refused to engage further. Parker dropped back between them, studying Garrity with a sweaty, arrogant face, then briefly clapped him on the arm and apologized for his loose tongue. Garrity nodded wearily, and Parker moved on, dismissing McVrice with a crude insult. McVrice called him an unreal bastard. Abraham said Parker was no worse than Barkovich. Pearson suggested that being squatted was better than being dead. Garrity asked how any of them could really know. His mind drifted to his father, a sandy-haired giant with a booming laugh, who had lost his own rig and then driven government trucks. But his father couldn't keep his politics to himself. The government was always watching, and Jim Garrity wasn't a supporter of the long walk. One day, a telegram came, and 2 soldiers took him away. Garrity's mother had slapped him when he asked where Daddy was going. That was 11 years ago. A neat, sanitized removal. Baker spoke of a brother who'd been in law trouble, a car thief, who got a suspended sentence and later died of a heart attack. Then Baker admitted he'd been a night rider for 3 years, burning crosses on black lawns. He was ashamed of it now, and he'd gotten out after one such act. The rifles went off again. Scram announced another one gone. Pearson took a penny out of his pocket and moved it to another, explaining that he'd brought 99 pennies as a tally of the dead. Olsen called it gruesome, demanding to know where Pearson's death watch was. Pearson mumbled it was for good luck. Olsen insisted it was filthy. Abraham told Olsen to quit getting on his nerves. Garrity checked his watch, 8:20. He fantasized about sitting in a diner, eating steak, fries, ice cream, milk solid, real food instead of tubes and water. Ahead, a family picnicked under an elm, waving cheerfully. Garrity muttered, "They were freaks." McVrice pointed out, that Garrity had once watched the long walk himself, and that the spectators, hungry for spectacle, were no different from the aristocrats at guillotinings or Romans at gladiator matches. Stebbins appeared and prompted McVrees to continue his grim lecture. McVrees argued that death sharpened the appetites of the living, and that the spectators were the smart ones, they weren't the ones being thrown to the lions. Garrity pressed him. If he was so sure of all this, why was he still walking? L. Stebbins answered for him, smiling gently, his face still unlined despite everything. He declared they were all walking because they wanted to die. He asked Garrity why else anyone would do this. Garrity tightened his concentrate belt and resolved not to eat until 9:30, though his growling stomach made that promise feel flimsy. Around him, the other walkers celebrated the 24-hour mark with compulsive eating. Scram grinned through a mouthful of cheese spread. Baker popped olives with mechanical regularity. Pearson crammed tuna crackers, and McVrees ate chicken spread with an expression that could have been agony or ecstasy. 2 more walkers had fallen between 8:30 and 9, including the boy the gas station attendant had cheered for. Still, they'd covered 99 miles with only 36 gone. Garrity watched McVrees finish his tube and toss it aside, and a bitter thought crossed his mind. He almost wished they'd all drop dead right now. A teenager snatched McVrees's empty tube as a souvenir, beating a middle-aged housewife to it, and ran off triumphantly. McVrees asked Garrity why he wasn't eating. Garrity said he was holding out until 9:30. McVrees studied him, and remarked that if he had $1, he'd bet it on Garrity. He thought the kid had a real chance. Garrity laughed it off, asking if McVrees was putting a jinx on him. McVrees held out his shaking hands and frowned at them, then expressed his hope that Barkovich would be eliminated soon. When Garrity asked if McVrees would do it all over again, knowing he could get this far, McVrees answered flatly that he wouldn't. Even under threat, it was barely slower than suicide. Olson agreed with a hollow smile that made Garrity's stomach turn. They passed a banner congratulating the Century Club, and Parker made a crude joke about where they could put it. Then the scattered woods gave way to the first real crowd, a roaring, flashing wall of spectators held back by police and orange ropes. Baker gaped at the masses. Parker waved and smiled while cursing the crowd under his breath. Garrity spotted a man with a popped fly and a fat woman crushed between college students, and the absurdity of it all triggered hysterical laughter. He couldn't stop. The laughter ripped through him until he was bent over, gasping, and McVrees had to drag him upright. They were both warned. Garrity's knees buckled again. McVrees hauled him up once more, his collar tearing. McVrees slapped him across the face twice, hard, and walked away. The laughter died, but Garrity's gut was jelly, his lungs empty. He staggered on, black spots swimming before his eyes. He knew if he fell, he'd never get up. The crowd had gone quiet, watching him with that same hungry, knowing face from the Bradbury story he'd read in 8th grade, the faces at fatal accidents that seemed to know whether the wounded would live or die. He concentrated on the rhythm of his feet. Live a little longer. The thought became a drumbeat, meaningless but sustaining. The sound of gunfire snapped him out of it. Not for him, but for Frank Morgan, a pleasant-faced boy being dragged off the road, his shattered glasses bouncing. Olson cursed McVrees for saving Garrity, declaring that God would strike him down. McVrees dismissed it, saying he paid his debts, and that they were square. Garrity's wind returned slowly, and he realized McVrees had saved him from the laughing fit. Abraham told Olson to shut up. The heat intensified and arguments flared up like brush fires. The crowd never truly dispersed. It became a single vapid face that followed them mile after mile, watching everything, even Wyman squatting to relieve himself. Garrity wanted to thank McVrees, but sensed the other boy didn't want to be thanked. By 9:30, the heat was relentless. Garrity unbuttoned his shirt. Scram sneezed 3 times and announced he was catching a cold. Pearson warned it would drain him, but Scram insisted he'd just work harder. Barkovich yelled for him to roll over and die now, and McVrees told him to shut up. Barkovich told McVrees to walk somewhere else. McVrees declared he'd walk wherever he pleased, and Barkovich dismissed him with a crude gesture and a spit. Garrity ate cream cheese on crackers and roast beef concentrate, forcing himself to stop despite his stomach's protests. He washed it down with water. They passed a lumberyard where men stood atop stacks of planks, silhouetted against the sky, waving. Then they entered the woods again, and the relative silence felt like a crash. Birds sang. A squirrel watched them from a branch, and a plane droned overhead. To Garrity, it seemed everyone was giving him the silent treatment. McVries followed Barkovich, Pearson and Baker discussed chess. Abraham ate noisily, and Olson was a wreck he couldn't bear to look at. He dropped back until he was walking beside Stebbins, whose purple pants were dusty and shirt sweat-stained. Garrity asked why there weren't more spectators. Stebbins said there would be. Eventually they'd be sitting on roofs 3 deep. Garrity pressed about the billions bet and why there wasn't more TV coverage. Stebbins explained it was discouraged the body odor and noise would drive walkers insane. He compared himself to the White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland, then said the damper would be off after Old Town, with continuous coverage from Augusta. But not yet. It was too soon. The guns roared around the next curve, but the body bag was already zipped before they saw who it was. Stebbins observed that a walker eventually reaches a point where the crowd ceases to matter. You burrow away from it, like a man on a scaffold. Garrity said he thought he understood. Stebbins countered that if he truly understood, he wouldn't have needed McVries to save him from hysterics. He asked how deep Garrity would burrow, and said he'd find out down to bedrock, then into it, until he hit bottom and bought out. Garrity had no answer. The heat continued. Around 10, a soldier rigged a sun umbrella on the half-track, and someone screamed a threat about public castration. Garrity remarked that the soldiers probably took it out on their wives. Stebbins laughed and agreed. Garrity left Stebbins walking faster. At 10:02 he still had 3 warnings, but it didn't scare him as it once had. He carried the blind conviction that he couldn't die, that others were extras in his movie. He found himself behind McVries, who was behind Barkovich. He caught up to McVries, and they walked in silence for 15 minutes. Finally, McVries spoke, dismissing Barkovich with a remark. Garrity apologized for causing trouble, but McVries said they were square, and he wouldn't save him again. Then a red-headed boy broke down, screaming about his feet, and ran toward the half-track. A soldier knocked him down with a rifle butt. The half-track's treads had run over his legs. His feet were obliterated. He screamed a single piercing note until his face was blown away. Garrity babbled about seeing his girl in Freeport, about marrying her, about the boy's legs. It wasn't in the rules. McVries asked if his girl was pretty. Garrity said yes. He loved her. He was going to marry her. McVries asked about kids. A dog. Was Garrity being made fun of? Barkovich chimed in, saying McVries was shitting on him, but McVries denied it and told Barkovich to shut up. Garrity said he thought Jan loved him. McVries said romantic love was true for some people. For a while it had been for him. He asked if Garrity still wanted to hear about the scar. Garrity said yes. He wanted to help. McVries said his feet hurt, his neck was stiff, his kidneys ached. His girl, Priscilla, had turned out to be a bitch. He'd gotten into the walk the way guys joined the Foreign Legion. Garrity said nothing. Freeport was still far. McVries described Priscilla how he'd kissed her fingers, read Keats to her by the cow pasture. Garrity told him he was cheating what he felt. McVries accused Garrity of faking his romantic memories, pointing out that he only remembered the idealized version, not the times he'd gone home alone afterward. But Garrity shrugged it off, saying each could fake his own way. McVries rambled about how adolescent love had been ruined by writers, making it impossible for a 16-year-old to discuss such feelings without sounding ridiculous. Garrity didn't follow. He felt secure in his love for Jan. His right heel was wobbling soon and the nails would give way. Scram coughed behind them. McVries returned to the story of his scar. Last summer, he and Priscilla had gotten jobs at a pajama factory in New Jersey to escape their families. They'd stopped at a motel on the way and lost their virginity. She hadn't really wanted to, but she wanted to please him. In Newark, They got separate apartments. The factory work was grim. The foreman was a bastard. And during breaks they threw bailing hooks at rats. But McVries didn't mind, it was love. Priscilla worked on the first floor, sewing buttons in an air-conditioned showcase for tourists. McVries worked on the 5th floor as a bagger, handling loose fiber and stuffing it into sacks. His poor performance made him unpopular with the other workers. He slowed down the dye house and the picker machine. Priscilla, meanwhile, was making good money on piecework and talked constantly about her earnings. McVries felt humiliated being in competition with the girl he wanted to marry. When he suggested they go Dutch, she reacted as if he'd proposed something obscene. He stopped trying to sleep with her. They never had privacy anyway, and their relationship devolved into furtive encounters at drive-ins. He could tell she was disgusted, so he proposed marriage on the spot. She said no, citing finances and her mother's opinion. He knew the real reason was her money. McVries admitted he'd been unfair. He wanted to make her feel greedy because she made him feel like a failure. He had nothing going for him except sex, and she wouldn't even make him feel like a man by refusing that. The guns roared behind them, but it wasn't Olson. Garrity pressed him about the scar. McVries finally told him he'd gotten into a fight with Ralph, the picker machine operator, who blacked his eyes and threatened worse. McVries quit and told Priscilla he was going home, asking her to come. She refused. He lashed out, calling her a slave to her buttons and an unfeeling bitch. At her apartment empty for the first time, he tried to take her to bed, and she cut his face open with a novelty letter opener. She gagged and threw up, then gave him a towel and said she never wanted to see him again, asking why he'd hurt her. McVries left with the towel still on his face, got 12 stitches, and hadn't seen her since. She seemed small and distant now, her obsession with money a mental fixation. He thought the story would hurt, but it didn't. He doubted it was the real reason he was in the walk, just a convenient excuse. Garrity said he didn't know why he was here. McVries pointed out that he was dying and didn't know why. Garrity said it didn't matter after you were dead. McVries said there was one thing he ought to know, so it wouldn't all be pointless he'd been had. Hadn't he known that? At 1 o'clock, Garrity took stock 115 miles down, with Old Town 45 miles ahead, and Freeport still 150 away. The word was the walk would make it into New Hampshire. For 90 minutes, no one had been eliminated. Garrity felt fresh pain in his left calf to match the throbbing in both legs and the constant ache in his feet. Then around noon, the guns started up again. Tressler went down with sunstroke. Another boy convulsed and was shot. Aronson cramped in both feet and was executed standing on the white line, and another unknown boy suffered sunstroke. Garrity walked around the twitching forms, thinking grimly about where he'd come in. The guns roared, and a group of high school boys applauded briefly. Baker said he wished the major would come through so he could piss on him. Abraham asked mechanically why. Garrity told Baker to relax, that the major hadn't forced him. Baker snapped that the major was killing him. Garrity started to argue, but Baker cut him off, then apologized for shouting. Pearson said he just wanted to lie down in a field and compose a poem while he slept. Garrity corrected him. They grew hay in Maine, not wheat, and fumbled for crackers in his food belt, washing them down with water, feeling like a sieve. Scram joined them, his voice clogged with a cold. He thought they wouldn't make it to Portland. Pearson noted he didn't sound good, and Scram admitted he might be running a fever, but cheerfully insisted he had a good constitution. Abraham asked how he kept going, and Scram pointed at Olson, wondering the same about him. Olson hadn't spoken for 2 hours. He hadn't touched his canteen or food. His eyes were fixed ahead, his face gaunt and vulpine, his tongue gray and parched. Garrity thought of Stebbins' words about burrowing inward. He called Olson's name softly, but Olson didn't respond. They passed through a town with cheering spectators and Garrity signs, then back into woods where the crowd still lined the shoulders. Garrity was too numb for regret. He considered what McVries had said about being swindled, but insisted to himself that one of them would win, someone would swindle everyone else. They passed a sign 44 miles to Old Town, At an intersection, Percy's mother was fighting police, screaming for her boy. Garrity remembered Jan begging him not to go, crying, saying she loved him. He still didn't understand why he'd done it. McVrees appeared beside him, asking how he felt. Garrity said he was all right. McVrees claimed Barkovich was cracking, limping, and talking to himself. Garrity pointed out that McVrees, Pearson, and he himself were all limping too. McVrees said his foot just hurt, but Barkovich had a pulled muscle. Garrity asked why McVrees hated him so much. McVrees said it was because Barkovich knew what he was doing. Garrity wondered if it took a bastard to win. They passed a schoolyard where children waved, a boy hanging upside down from the jungle gym calling Garrity's name. Pearson joined them and mused about how tough it would be for the second-to-last guy there should be a runner-up prize. Garrity said just surviving would be enough for him. McVrees dismissed it, saying they were all crazy, and that they wanted to die. McVrees pressed his point, insisting that Olsen's skeletal form proved they all wanted to die. Pearson disagreed, saying no one should get to cop out second. Garrity laughed and called him crazy. McVrees joined in, saying a little more sun and stewed brains would make a believer out of him. The walk continued under a brutal sun that hovered at 80 degrees. Garrity found himself lost in a fantasy of cool water, of belly flopping into the Royal River, of lying in a hammock with Jan. He remembered pulling her into that hammock once, necking until the heat between them became unbearable. Scram, stripped to the waist and sweating heavily, complained through his stuffed nose about how hot he was. Baker warned him to put his shirt back on before sunset, but Scram insisted he was burning up. Parker griped about the state's weather, and Garrity told him to go home if he didn't like it. Garrity drank sparingly to avoid water cramps, remembering a painful incident from his past when he'd overdone it while helping neighbors with hay. He looked at Olsen, his tongue turning black, his eyes vacant, and prayed he wouldn't end up like that. Baker gloomily predicted they wouldn't make New Hampshire. Abraham recalled a year when sleet hadn't stopped the walk, but Jensen argued heat was different. You could warm up by walking faster, but you couldn't cool down. Parker complained about the terrain. Scram asked why he swore so much, and Parker retorted about Scram's constant nose-wiping. Garrity's watch had stopped. Pearson told him it was just past 2. The sun showed no signs of setting. Garrity wandered to the far side of the road, observing the walkers' formation. The vanguard was 2 tall boys in leather jackets behind them, Barkovich and McVrees, with McVrees looking more exhausted. Garrity's own group, Scram, Pearson, Baker, Abraham, Parker, Jensen, brought up the rear. A boy in a green vest got a final warning, then stepped up his pace and survived for now. Garrity felt a surge of hope. Maybe things would turn out okay. The thunderheads in the distance grew closer. The guns fired again. The boy in the vest had bought it. Garrity didn't even flinch. He decided he'd wave to the next pretty girl he saw. Then he spotted a little Italian man beside a station wagon packed with ice and watermelon. A sign offered free watermelon to all walkers. Several boys broke for the shoulder and were warned. The Italian man laughed and threw watermelon slices to them. State troopers appeared and tried to restrain him, but he slipped free and flung the melons into the air before being tackled and handcuffed. Garrity screamed curses at the police, amazed at his own vehemence. Abraham caught a slice, and others scrambled for pieces, some drawing third warnings but none getting shot. Garrity laughed and shook his fists in triumph. Collie Parker shared his watermelon with Garrity, calling him a hick. Garrity took a bite. The cold sweetness was heaven in his throat. Garrity saved half his watermelon and tossed it to McVrees, who caught it with a flashy backhand and grinned as he ate. A surge of crazy joy rushed through Garrity as he saw most of the walkers had gotten at least a scrap, except Stebbins, who stared at the road with empty hands and no smile. Garrity told himself to forget him, but some of the joy faded. Stebbins didn't need the melon. It was 2:30 p.m., and they'd covered 121 miles. Thunderheads drifted closer, and a cool breeze cut through the heat. Garrity buttoned his shirt. Scram refused to put his shirt back on, saying the cool air felt wonderful. Parker gleefully predicted a boomer of a storm. Garrity asked McVries if the rules allowed for acts of God. McVries said no, and when Garrity asked about lightning, McVries laughed and said they'd be dead. The wind picked up. A baseball cap went flying, and Scram tried to throw it back to a boy, but the wind carried it into a tree. Thunder cracked. Lightning jabbed the horizon, and the guns fired someone else. Not Olson was dragged off dead. Barkovich, rain had jammed on, gleefully said they could reach Old Town by 4:30 with a tailwind. Garrity realized Barkovich was crazy. The wind died, the thunder faded, and the heat returned, clammy and oppressive. Parker complained, and Garrity warned he might get more weather than he wanted. An elderly woman called out to Garrity, and Baker muttered that she looked like his Aunt Hattie, a woman who smiled at funerals, who'd buried 4 of her own children. Garrity asked if she was still alive. Baker said she was, rocking on her porch, listening to radio bulletins and smiling at the death tolls. Baker asked if Garrity had ever seen a cat eat its own kittens. Lightning tore the sky, thunder roared, and the wind returned in gusts. Baker rambled about his uncle, the mortician, and the lead-lined coffins the wealthy bought to keep out the Louisiana graveyard rats. Garrity said he wouldn't pay $1,500 to keep rats away after he was dead. Baker said the rats would go for the soft parts, the eyes, and become part of the rat. More lightning, and then hail pelted them stones the size of pebbles. Jensen panicked, ran in circles, and blundered off the shoulder. The soldiers fired into the hail until they were sure. Garrity thought, "Sorry, man." Rain followed, mixing with the hail, and then falling in steady sheets. Parker, his face red with welts, caught up with Garrity and cursed the state. Garrity finished his thought and told him to go soak his head. Parker threw his head back and let the rain fall into his open mouth. Garrity caught up with McVries, who was shivering and said he wished for sun. Garrity assured him it wouldn't last, but he was wrong. By 4 o'clock, it was still raining. They walked into their second night without a sunset. The rain softened to a chilling drizzle that lasted until nearly 8. Then the clouds broke to reveal cold, flickering stars. Garrity pulled his damp clothes tighter around himself. The warmth of the day had been yanked away like a rug. The crowds along the road offered some meager comfort, more of them now, huddled together and watching silently. Only 2 had fallen since Jensen, both younger boys who'd fainted. That made 50 dead, 49 still walking. Garrity was walking alone, too cold to sleep. Olson was still back there, though half-hearted bets had placed him as the 50th to go. That honor had gone to unlucky number 13, Roger Fenham. Garrity began to think Olson might go on forever, locked away in some place beyond paying. He imagined the headline, "Long Walk Won by Dead Man." His toes were numb. He wiggled them and felt nothing. The pain had shifted to his arches, knifing up into his calves with every step. It reminded him of a childhood story about a mermaid who traded her tail for legs, knowing every step would be like walking on knives. That was the long walk in a nutshell. He drew a warning and snapped at the soldier, picking up his feet. The woods thinned. They passed through 2 residential towns, the sidewalks packed with shadowy figures beneath drizzle-diffused street lamps. No one cheered much. Too cold, too dark, and now another warning to walk off. He dropped back toward Stebbins, reluctantly. Something about the boy fascinated him, though he decided it wasn't worth wondering about anymore. They passed a huge luminescent arrow, and a brass band struck up a march. Confetti filled the air. They were changing roads, and a sign announced Old Town was only 16 miles away. Garrity felt a flicker of excitement. Stebbins appeared beside him, remarking that this was Garrity's country. Garrity said he'd never been north of Greenbush, except for the drive to the starting marker. Stebbins noted they'd go close to his hometown. Garrity said yes, close by it. He noticed Stebbins had swapped his tennis shoes for moccasins, saving the sneakers for later. They passed a radio tower, its red light pulsing like a heartbeat. Stebbins asked if Garrity was looking forward to seeing his loved ones. Garrity said yes. Stebbins asked what happened after that. Garrity shrugged. Keep walking, unless everyone else bought out first. Stebbins smiled remotely and asked if Garrity was sure he wouldn't be walked out after seeing them. Garrity admitted he wasn't sure of anything anymore, that talking to Stebbins was like talking to smoke. Police sirens howled ahead. Someone had broken through to the road where the police were spread thinner. Stebbins observed that the natives were getting restless. He then launched into a rambling discourse about the mind's ability to dictate to the body, using the example of a housewife who might walk 16 miles in a day without exhaustion, but if told she had to walk that far before supper, she'd be exhausted instead. He compared it to a mule with a carrot. Without the carrot, the mule gets exhausted. With it, he spends a long time being tired. He told Garrity to watch Olson, who had lost his appetite for the carrot. It was the most important lesson, the secret of life over death. Learn it, and you could spend your life like a drunkard on a spree. Garrity walked away from Stebbins and toward Olson, drawn by an invisible wire. He flanked Olson at 4 o'clock and studied his face. Olson had become a skeleton, his skin scaly, eyes hollowed, hair flying like corn silk. He was a robot, an automaton. The joking boy from the starting line was gone. Garrity whispered his name, asked if he could talk, but Olson swept onward, silent, his face turned into the darkness. They crested a rise and saw a river below, silver in the dark. Old Town's lights nested ahead. Garrity told Olson they were getting there. Olson made no answer. Garrity remembered the Flying Dutchman sailing on after its crew had vanished. They walked down a long hill, through an S-curve, and crossed a bridge over Meadowbrook. On the far side, another steep hill rose before them. They started up. Garrity leaned into the slope, his breath trickling away. His legs screamed in protest, the muscles softening and trembling like badly controlled puppets. He told them they'd climb or they'd die. They didn't care. The warnings were coming at a frantic pace from the soldiers now, and Garrity knew his own number would be called soon if he didn't keep up. He fixed his gaze on Olson's shadowy form ahead, willing his own legs to match that dying man's impossible rhythm. He told himself they would crest this brutal hill together, and then he would extract from Olson whatever secret kept him moving, the key that would unlock everything, that would make Stebbins and McVries and his father and even the ghost of Freaky D'Alessio stop mattering. He tried to calculate the remaining distance. 100 feet? Less? His lungs were burning, each breath a ragged sob. The first shots cracked through the night, followed by an animal yelp that was swallowed by more gunfire. They reached the summit, and another boy went down somewhere in the darkness. Garrity couldn't see who, and in that moment, he found he genuinely didn't care. All that existed was the raw, tearing agony in his legs and the desperate heave of his chest. The road crested and began its downward slope, a gentler grade that should have allowed him to catch his breath, but the jelly-like weakness in his muscles refused to abate. He realized with a strange, detached calm that his legs were about to give out entirely. They would never carry him as far as Freeport, probably not even to Old Town. He was dying. Then a sound began to build from ahead, a savage, rhythmic chant that pulsed through the darkness like a war drum. It was his name, repeated over and over by what seemed like a single monstrous voice. For a horrifying moment, he thought it was divine judgment, or his father's ghost come to punish him. But as they rounded the curve, he saw the source, the entire student body of Old Town High School, packed along the roadside screaming his name in unison. When they recognized his exhausted face, the chant dissolved into a frenzy of cheers and whistles and fluttering pom-poms. He forced himself to smile and wave back to play the part, while he edged craftily closer to Olson. He whispered Olson's name, trying to draw him out. For a moment, he thought he saw a flicker of awareness in those dead eyes, like a spark catching in old, corroded wiring. He pressed harder, begging for the secret, for the answer that would make all of this bearable. Olson's mouth opened with a rusty click, and all that came out was a dry, empty syllable, repeated. Garrity leaned into the sour stench of him, desperate, pleading. He asked him to try harder. The words that finally emerged were fractured and strange, a reference to God's garden, which Olson described as being choked with weeds. Then, in a voice that seemed to come from a great distance, He admitted the simple, awful truth: he didn't want to die. Garrity was transfixed, staring into the ruined mask of Olsen's face as it turned toward him. Olsen recognized him, asked what time it was, and seemed genuinely surprised to hear it was only 9:15. Garrity shook him, demanding to know what it all meant, what the purpose was. Olsen just asked for the time again, and Garrity, frustrated beyond reason, shouted at him. From behind he sensed rather than saw Stebbins, who he suspected was silently mocking him. But Olsen spoke again, his voice barely a whisper, a bizarre assurance that Jesus would save him. Then Olsen's head lifted fully, and with a strange, broken dignity, he veered off the road toward the half-track. The warnings rained down on him, but he didn't slow. The crowd's excited chatter died as they watched him. Olsen reached the half-track and began to clamber up its side. A startled shout went up from the other walkers. The soldiers raised their rifles in unison, but Olsen, with an impossible strength, grabbed the nearest barrel and tore it from the soldier's hands like a toy, sending it clattering into the crowd. Then one of the other guns fired. Garrity saw the muzzle flash, saw Olsen's shirt ripple as the bullet tore through his belly and out his back. But Olsen didn't stop. He hauled himself onto the deck and grabbed the barrel of the rifle that had just shot him, wrenching it upward as it fired again. The other two soldiers opened fire, the heavy slugs smashing into Olsen and hurling him off the half-track. He landed on his back, spread-eagled, his side a black shredded ruin. More bullets were pumped into him. The disarmed soldier had effortlessly produced another rifle. Then Olsen did something that made Garrity's mind reel. He sat up, hands pressed against his ruined belly, staring at the soldiers with a calm that was more terrifying than rage. He began to struggle to his feet and was driven flat again by another volley. From behind, Garrity heard Stebbins laughing softly. Olsen sat up once more. The soldiers held their fire, their silhouettes almost betraying a grotesque curiosity. Olsen rose to his feet, hands still crossed on his gut, and turned unsteadily in the direction of the road. He started to stagger forward. Someone behind Garrity shouted, a raw, pleading cry to put him out of his misery. Then Garrity saw a loop of Olsen's intestines slipping through his fingers, dropping against his groin like some obscene wet rope. Olsen bent over as if to catch them, then vomited a vast quantity of blood. He straightened, bent over, and began walking again, his face eerily serene. Abraham, horrified, turned to Garrity, his face white and frantic with terror, before vomiting through his fingers. Garrity watched with a distant, cynical clarity, noting how badly Abraham was breaking the rules about conserving energy. Stebbins appeared behind him, offering a cold, factual explanation. The soldiers had gut-shot him deliberately to discourage anyone else from trying. Garrity, repulsed, told him to get away. Stebbins dropped back, but not before receiving a warning. His soft laugh drifted on the air. Olsen fell to his knees, head bowed and propped on the road. A bullet snapped the asphalt beside him, an almost contemptuous warning shot. He began to climb back to his feet. Garrity realized with a kind of sick awe that they were toying with him, playing with the broken man for their own amusement. The horror of it finally broke him. He ran to Olsen, fell to his knees, and cradled Olsen's feverish, sweat-soaked head against his chest, sobbing. McVries appeared at his side, pulling at him, shouting warnings. Garrity cried out against the unfairness of it all. McVries dragged him up, and they stumbled backward, watching Olsen, who had gotten to his feet again. He stood astride the white line and raised his hands to the sky. A soft, collective sigh went through the crowd. Then, with a final trembling shout, Olsen declared he had done it wrong and collapsed dead. The soldiers put 2 more bullets into him and dragged him away. They walked on in silence. Garrity found a grim comfort just in McVries's company. He spoke hesitantly, trying to articulate a new realization that there was a pattern to it all, that it wasn't completely senseless. He clung to the fact that Olsen had been conscious, truly alive, right up until the end. McVries dismissed it, reducing Olsen to just another number, a statistic that meant they were closer to the finish. Garrity protested that he didn't really believe that. McVries snapped back, telling him to leave it alone. Garrity tried a practical observation, that he guessed They were about 13 miles from Old Town. McVrees responded with bitter sarcasm. Garrity asked about Scram's condition, and McVrees deflected, his voice fraying. Garrity pressed him, asking what was wrong. McVrees let out a wild, hollow laugh, his voice cracking as he listed all the absurd things he was supposedly worried about before the memory of Olson walking with his own intestines falling out overwhelmed him. He struggled not to be sick. He then passed on the news about Scram, who was burning with fever and delirious, and said that Collie Parker had confirmed it. Garrity asked how much longer he could last, and McVrees admitted that no one could say, that the man was built like a buffalo and was trying desperately hard. He confessed his own exhaustion. Garrity asked about Barkovich. McVrees explained that Barkovich was getting wise to the fact that everyone would be glad to see him die, and was determined to outlast McVrees out of sheer spite. He was conserving his voice now, and relying on his legs. Garrity noted that they all were. They talked about the distance to Old Town. McVrees then asked if he could say something to Garrity, and Garrity, in a moment of bleak humor, said he'd carry it to the grave. McVrees observed that it was probably true. A firecracker went off nearby, startling them both. McVrees then expressed his core thesis. The horror of the walk was its sheer triviality. They had sold their souls for things that didn't matter. He called Olson magnificent and trivial, at the same time, a bug under a microscope. Garrity, resentful, accused him of sounding like Stebbins. McVrees, his voice distant, wished that Priscilla had killed him, because at least that wouldn't have been trivial. Garrity finished the thought. He said he wanted to try to doze, and McVrees, stiff and offended, apologized. Garrity apologized in return, telling him not to take it to heart. McVrees finished the sentence for him trivial. He laughed his wild laugh and walked away. Garrity regretted ever having made friends on the walk. He felt a troubling need in his bowels, and dreaded the prospect of publicly emptying them. His mind flickered through the horrors he had witnessed: Olson, McVrees' story, Scram's fever, Abraham's plight. His head dropped, and he began to doze as he walked, the road becoming a stream of images. He laughed to himself at the thought of traversing every obstacle in the way to a lady's fountain. His feet kept pounding, a loose heel flapping, while scraps of Latin and nursery rhymes buzzed through his mind. He clung to his own existence, his own identity. Another firecracker jolted him slightly, but the fatigue pulled him back under. He remembered his father being taken, the complicated emotions of that loss, but denied that any of it was driving him now. It was as he was half dreaming of that denial that the guns fired again, dragging him fully awake. Another boy was dead. The crowd screamed its approval. A woman's voice, harsh and unidentifiable, shouted his name, declaring her allegiance to Meng's own. Heads turned. The crowd's chant rose again, his name becoming a meaningless chant. He waved briefly, and fell back into his doze. The passage into Old Town at midnight blurred for Garrity into a sleep-soaked fever dream. They switched roads, joined the main route, and pushed through the center of town. The crowd's roar swelled to a crushing wave that drowned out all thought, and the night was annihilated by flaring orange arc sodium lamps that cast a sick, crypt-like glow on every face. Paper debris, confetti, shredded phone books, and long streamers of toilet paper rained down from upper windows in a cheap imitation of a grand parade. No one died in Old Town. The orange lights faded behind them, and the crowd thinned as they followed the Stillwater River into the gray trench of early morning. The air turned thick with the reek of the paper mill chemicals, wood smoke, and polluted water, and Garrity caught a whiff of something darker, a promise of sickness. Conical sawdust piles rose higher than the downtown buildings, and stacks of pulpwood stood against the sky like ancient monoliths. He dozed on his feet, drifting through shadowy dreams of relief, until an insistent jab in his ribs brought him back. It was McVrees, excited, telling him they were about to hit the turnpike. A full color guard waited on the entrance ramp, and they were going to receive a 400-gun salute. Garrity, still groggy, muttered a tired reference about riding into the Valley of Death, and said he'd had enough of gun salutes for one lifetime. McVrees explained that wasn't the point, they were going to give one right back. Garrity perked up slightly at the idea of a mass-defiant raspberry, though he realized the numbers had already shrunk considerably. He agreed to join in and bunched up with Mivries and the others. He asked if Barkovich was in on it, and Mivries dismissed him with a snort, saying the little bastard thought it was a great idea. Garrity let out a humorless giggle. They were walking parallel to the turnpike now, the embankment rising to their right, the glow of bone-white arc sodiums visible above. The entrance ramp split off ahead. Scram, his eyes glittering with fever, suddenly called out for his wife Kathy, insisting he hadn't given up. Garrity, startled, realized Scram didn't recognize him. Baker explained apologetically that they'd been giving him water and pouring it over his head, but he was running low and would have to ask for more himself. When Garrity spoke to him, Scram asked if he'd seen Kathy. Garrity, uncomfortable, had no answer. Mivries announced their approach, and a ghostly green sign emerged from the dark, pointing the way south. The exit ramp tilted under their feet, the pavement smoother, and Garrity felt a familiar lurch of excitement. The crowd fell away, replaced by the soldiers of the color guard lining the ramp, silent and gleaming in their dress uniforms. Their own dusty half-track soldiers looked shabby by comparison. The only sounds were their own footfalls and ragged breathing as they rose above the sea of noise. Then the major's voice boomed from the darkness, giving the commands. Weapons slapped flesh, rifles rose in a steel arch above them, and Garrity fought the Pavlovian urge to flinch. 400 guns fired in unison, the sound stupendous, the smell of cordite thick in the air. They fired again, and Scram moaned about his aching head. A third volley thundered. Mivries immediately turned and began walking backward, his face flushed with effort, and shouted the command for their own salute. 40 of them pursed their lips, and Garrity drew a deep breath. They let it out in a pitiful, defiant raspberry that was swallowed by the night. It was not repeated. The color guards' wooden faces didn't change, but seemed to register a subtle contempt. Mivries muttered an obscenity and turned forward, his head dropping. The pavement leveled onto the turnpike. For a moment they glimpsed the major's jeep speeding south, the cold gleam of his sunglasses. The crowd closed in again, but at a greater distance on the wide 4-lane highway. Garrity angled toward the grassy median, seeking the cool, damp relief of the dew against his cracked shoes. Someone was warned for leaving the road. The turnpike stretched ahead, a monotonous expanse of concrete and white lights, their shadows sharp and long. He drank deeply from his canteen and began to doze again, thinking of the distance to Augusta. The wet grass soothed him until he stumbled, jarring awake. Pines had been planted on the median, the state tree, but a nuisance, and he realized the grass was never meant to be a walking surface. Another small joke, another trivial disappointment. The doors were closing. He moved back to the left lane where 2 more half-tracks had joined them. He muttered that they'd all drop out tonight like bugs on a wall. Collie Parker, now subdued and tired, disagreed. He explained that the weak ones fell fast, but the strong ones had to be broken apart piece by piece. Garrity argued that the distance was still impossibly long, and Parker cut him off roughly, admitting he still wanted to live. He accused Garrity and Mivries of bullshitting each other to pass the time, but the bottom line was that he, like most of them, wanted to live. They'd die slow, one piece at a time. He said he felt strong enough to walk to New Orleans, and dismissed Garrity's despair with a gruff command to settle down. He strode up to where the 2 leather-clad boys were pacing. Garrity's head dropped and he dozed again. His mind detached from his aching body, becoming a vast, unfeeling camera that flashed through random memories: his father in green rubber boots, and then the image of Jimmy Owens. He remembered swinging the air rifle, the glittering, purposeful arc and the splash of blood across Jimmy's chin. It hadn't been an accident. He had meant it, because it had been Jimmy's idea. The memory sharpened as he half woke to the sound of someone hollering. The guns were centered on a small, portly figure that looked like Barkovich. They fired in unison, and the body was thrown across the road like a limp sack. But the face, at peace, wasn't Barkovich's. He found himself wondering if they wouldn't all be better off dead, and recoiled from the thought. But it persisted. The pain in his feet would only get worse, And the worst part was the constant death, the carrion stink that had settled in his nostrils. The crowd's cheers lulled him into a doze, and the image of Jan returned. He had almost forgotten her. It was easier to doze than to sleep. The pain felt distant, and he could regulate his thoughts. He built her image slowly, her small feet, her full thighs, her proud breasts, her intelligent face, her long blonde hair. He had once called it whore's hair, and she hadn't been angry. He thought she might have been secretly pleased. A steady, reluctant contraction in his bowels pulled him back. He gritted his teeth, trying to keep his pace, and looked at his watch. Almost 1 o'clock. He prayed desperately that he wouldn't have to go in front of all these people bargaining with God. But his body insisted. He waited until he was past the nearest overhead light, then nervously unbuckled his belt and squatted, shielding himself as best he could. His knees popped, his muscles screamed in protest. A warning was issued. He heard distant voices, pointing, flashbulbs popping, and turned his head away in misery. A girl's voice squealed that she could see him. Baker walked past without a glance. It was almost a false alarm, and for a terrible moment he thought he'd have to get up with nothing accomplished. But then his body cooperated, and he finished the humiliating task. He rose with a grunt, stumbling into a shambling walk as he cinched his pants, leaving the evidence of his ordeal behind him in the dark, already the object of 1,000 avid stares. He could imagine them scooping it up, treasuring it, the shit of a man whose life was laid on the line. He caught up to McVries, head down. McVries asked if it had been tough, a note of genuine admiration in his voice. Garrity admitted it had been, then let out a shaky sigh and realized what he'd forgotten. His toilet paper. McVries cackled and offered a crudely practical piece of folk wisdom from his grandmother. Garrity burst into a clear, unforced laugh, feeling a strange lightness. At least he wouldn't have to go through that again. Baker fell into step, congratulating him. Garrity, surprised, wondered why they didn't just send him a card. Baker said it wasn't fun with all those people staring, then brought up a strange rumor. The 2 leather-jacketed boys, Mike and Joe, weren't queer for each other as everyone had assumed. They were Hopi Indians, and the word was they were brothers. Garrity was stunned. Baker confirmed he'd looked closely and could see the resemblance. McVries called it twisted, saying their parents should be squatted for allowing it. Baker asked if he knew any Indians, and McVries snapped back that he didn't. Baker explained about the Seminoles he knew, how they thought differently about responsibility, and how they were proud and poor, and how they knew how to die. McVries dismissed it all, saying it didn't make it right. Baker added they were from New Mexico, and McVries declared the whole thing an abortion. Garrity found himself agreeing. Conversation died up and down the line, stifled by the crowd's noise and the turnpike's monotony. The gentle hills barely registered. Walkers dozed and pulled their belts tighter, resigning themselves to the bitterness ahead. The small groups dissolved into isolated figures. The crowd, tireless, cheered with one hoarse voice, waving unreadable signs. Garrity's name was called out constantly, though other names flared and faded like sparks. Firecrackers popped, and someone threw a burning flare into the sky, sending the crowd scattering. He noticed odd figures in the throng, a man with a bullhorn mixing praise for him with his own political campaign, a woman clutching a crow in a cage, a human pyramid of college students, and a toothless man in an Uncle Sam suit with a racist sign. But the crowd itself felt dull and bland, as monotonous as the road. He dozed fitfully, his dreams a swirl of love and horror. A low, droning voice, he couldn't tell if it was Stebbins or the major, kept asking if he was experienced. Eventually, it was 9 in the morning again. Garrity poured cold canteen water over his head, the chill driving back his drowsiness. He looked over his companions. McVries was thickly bearded, Parker haggard but tough, Baker ethereal. Scram's flush had faded, but he had a deep, thundering cough that reminded Garrity of his own childhood pneumonia. The night had passed in a blur of strange town names on overhead signs, and only 2 more had died. He was starting to believe Parker's theory about the strong dying slow. Daylight had returned, and the groups had reformed, the boys joking about beards but never about feet. They passed a sign showing the distances to Augusta and Portland. Pearson complained it was further than Garrity had said. Garrity snapped that he wasn't a road map. Pearson, haggard and defeated, said he'd never do this again. He then revealed his plan if he got too tired. He'd try to dive into the crowd and escape. Garrity dismissed the idea, reminding him of Percy and how they'd just bounce him back. Pearson asked if Garrity was tired, and Garrity pretended otherwise. Pearson admitted he was in bad shape, his mind foggy and his legs feeling like they had harpoons in them. McBreeze came up and bluntly announced Scram was dying of pneumonia. Garrity had suspected as much. McBreeze said his lungs were full of fluid, and if it got hot again, he'd burn up. Pearson, with a tone of unconscious relief, called him a poor bastard and wondered about his wife. Garrity said there was nothing she could do. McBreeze had been talking to everyone, and he thought the winner should do something for Scram's wife. Garrity agreed, as did Pearson. McBreeze said he wouldn't bother with Barkovich, who was a selfish prick, but Garrity insisted on trying. He also thought he should talk to Stebbins, the only one who seemed to have any influence on him. He angled over to Barkovich, who was dozing, looking like a small, abused teddy bear. Garrity woke him and told him Scram was dying. Barkovich was indifferent at first, then exploded in outrage when he learned Scram was married. He screamed at Scram, who barely registered it. Abraham gave Barkovich the finger, and he returned it. Then Barkovich's demeanor shifted. He smiled, mocking Garrity's earnest plea for the dying man's wife. When Garrity started to walk away, Barkovich grabbed him, suddenly desperate. He explained. He always got off on the wrong foot, that he needed friends. He insisted Rank had started it, that it wasn't his fault. Garrity, feeling like a hypocrite, said he understood. Barkovich eagerly agreed to the deal, his need for companionship palpable. Garrity felt a strange pity mixed with his disgust and dropped back, earning a warning. He spent the next 10 minutes catching up to Stebbins, who greeted him with a sarcastic pleasantry, saying he'd been counting his toes. Garrity explained the plan for Scram's wife. Midway through, another boy was shot, making the whole thing feel pointless. Stebbins, looking tired for the first time, simply said, "Why not?" with a smile. He agreed that none of them had anything to lose, which made it easier to give away. Stebbins's words depressed Garrity, their truth making their gesture for Scram feel hollow. Stebbins clarified that he wasn't being cruel. If withholding his promise could hasten Scram's end, he would, but it couldn't. He speculated that every long walk produced some poor soul like Scram, and a similar gesture at this exact stage, when mortality became real. He compared it to the old days, when the wealthy built foundations as bulwarks against death. Some fooled themselves with children, but these boys, he said with a sad laugh, would leave no bastards behind. Garrity admitted he wasn't shocked. Stebbins noted that Garrity and McBreeze stood out, and he suspected their reasons went deeper than they knew. He brought up Garrity's serious reaction to his talk about Olson the night before. Garrity acknowledged he'd taken it seriously. Stebbins laughed, insisting Olson had no secrets. Garrity countered, suggesting Stebbins had experienced a genuine insight he was now denying, perhaps because it scared him. Stebbins' eyes went cold, telling him to take it however he liked and to leave him alone. Garrity pressed, accusing him of wanting to believe the game was rigged, and asked if a straight game scared him. Stebbins grew defensive, color rising in his cheeks, admitting nothing but calling Garrity foolish. He insisted any game looks straight when everyone is cheated simultaneously. Garrity's reply lacked conviction, and Stebbins smiled briefly before looking back at his feet. They were climbing a long dip, and Garrity hurried back to where the others were clustered around Scram. He asked how Scram was, and Scram himself answered in a whisper, the fever broken, his face waxy. He said he wasn't bad, and appreciated what they were doing for Kathy, though he couldn't stand on pride given the circumstances. Pearson told him to save his strength. Scram asked what difference it made, then questioned why he'd gotten sick when he'd been going so well. He said he liked to walk, even when tired, and wondered if God had done this to him. Abraham admitted he didn't know. Garrity felt the pull of death fascination and recoiled from it. Scram asked the time 10 past 10 and noted they were about 200 miles in. He said his feet weren't tired. A little boy in the crowd yelled at him, and Scram waved. He talked about wanting a son to carry on his name, and Garrity thought of Stebbins's words about mortality. A walker came through with news that Mike, one of the leather boys, had gut cramps. Scram coughed, and said the Hopis were from his neck of the woods, and he wouldn't be making the trip alone. A look of determination settled on his face, and he stepped up his pace. Then he slowed and turned to face them, calm and resolute. He said goodbye with simple dignity. McVrees wished him a good trip. Pearson echoed it, then looked away. Abraham couldn't speak. Baker told him to take it easy. Garrity, through frozen lips, bid him goodbye and good rest. Scram smiled faintly, and suggested the real walk might still be coming. He caught up to Mike and Joe. Mike was walking with his hands pressed to his belly, maintaining his speed. Scram conferred with them for a long time. Pearson whispered fearfully, wondering what they were up to. The conference ended. Scram moved a short distance away. Joe squeezed his brother's shoulder, his face unreadable. Then Mike hurried to catch up with Scram. They abruptly turned and walked toward the crowd, which shrank back in terror. Both were warned. At the guardrails, they turned to face the half-track and raised their middle fingers in unison. Scram shouted an obscenity. Mike said something in his own language. The walkers cheered. The crowd fell silent. They took a second warning, then sat down cross-legged and began talking calmly, though Garrity thought it strange, as they didn't seem to be speaking the same language. He didn't look back, and neither did the others. After it was over, McVrees said whoever won better keep his word. No one replied. By 2 p.m, Abraham was accusing Baker of cheating at their coin-flipping game. Baker calmly denied it, saying Abraham owed him $1.40. Abraham clutched his dime and refused to pay. Baker, with a grim smile, said he usually didn't match dimes with people who called him that, but he'd make an exception because Abraham had so many winning ways. Abraham told him to shut up and flip. Baker mocked him, and Garrity laughed. Abraham flicked his dime, caught it, and slapped it down. Baker flipped his, and Garrity was sure he palmed it. Baker insisted Abraham show first. Abraham protested, saying he'd shown last time. Baker accused him of cheating. Abraham muttered, considered, and revealed tails. Baker peeked at his own and smiled also tails. He said Abraham owed him $1.50. Abraham exploded, accusing Baker of thinking he was an idiot. Baker calmly admitted he'd never considered whether Abraham was a rube, but he was well established as an idiot, and taking him to the cleaners was a certainty. Abraham craftily proposed double or nothing, with Baker showing first this time. Baker asked Garrity what he thought, but Garrity had lost track of the conversation. His left leg was feeling strange. Baker asked if he'd go double or nothing against Abraham. Garrity agreed, saying Abraham was too dumb to cheat. Abraham, offended, said he thought Garrity was his friend. Baker confirmed the bet, and that was when the monstrous pain shot up Garrity's left leg, eclipsing all the pain of the past 30 hours. He screamed about his leg. Baker expressed mild surprise, but then they were all passing him as he stood frozen, his leg turned to agonizing marble. A warning was issued. He sat down, his leg stuck out woodenly, and tried to massage the knotted muscle. It was like kneading ivory. McVrees came back sounding scared, asking if it was a Charlie horse. Garrity confirmed it, and told him to keep going. Time distorted, rushing for him, crawling for everyone else. He watched McVrees's slow-motion steps, Barkovich's grin, the crowd's tension spreading outward. A second warning came. The knowledge of death tried to swamp him, but he pushed it back with cold desperation, focusing on kneading the frozen muscle. Seconds ticked away. Stebbins passed, and murmured something, maybe good luck. Then Garrity was alone on the broken white line. All gone except the blond soldier, his chronometer in one hand, his rifle in the other. A third warning was issued. The muscle wouldn't loosen. He was going to die. He stared calmly at the soldier, wondering who would win if he'd feel his thoughts being ripped apart. The last seconds drained away. Then the cramp loosened. Blood flowed back, tingling warmly. The soldier put away his chronometer, his lips moving silently as he counted down the final moments. The thought of getting up felt impossible. Sitting was too good, too easy. Garrity let his head fall back, watching the soldier through a tunnel-vision haze as he transferred his rifle to both hands, finger curling around the trigger, the barrel beginning to swing toward him. Everything moved with excruciating slowness. A wedding band caught the sun. He realized this was what it felt like to die. The soldier's thumb rotated the safety catch off with deliberate care. 3 gaunt women stood behind him like weird sisters, and Garrity's mind pleaded for more time. Stebbins was just a back now, a blue shirt with a sweat stain, disappearing ahead. "Goodbye, Stebbins." Sounds crashed in on him, the safety catch, snapping off like a breaking branch, his own indrawn breath like a wind tunnel, his heartbeat a drum, and a high singing between his ears that might be his brainwaves. He scrambled up in a convulsive jerk, screaming, breaking into a gliding run. His feet felt weightless. The soldier's finger tightened on the trigger, then loosened as he checked the computer on his waist. Garrity slowed to a fast walk, his mouth dry, heart pounding. White flashes pulsed before his eyes, threatening to drop him, but they passed. His feet screamed at him, but the Charlie horse had eased, and he wasn't limping. He checked his watch, 2:17. For the next hour, he'd be less than 2 seconds from death. Stebbins caught up and made a dry remark about returning to the land of the living. Garrity nodded numbly, a wave of resentment washing through him. They would have just kept walking if he'd died. He muttered that he hoped he'd win. Stebbins asked if he thought he would. Garrity, recalling the soldier's blank face, doubted it. 3 strikes meant you were out, didn't it? Stebbins suggested, calling the last one a foul tip. He caught up to McVries, who was surprised to see him. Garrity said it had been close, about 2 seconds. McVries whistled silently and asked about his leg. It was better. Garrity said he needed to walk up front to make sure he was topping the speed. McVries offered to join him if he had the energy. Garrity accepted, and they picked up the pace. They passed the front runners, including the gangling Harold Quince and the lone surviving leather boy, Joe, who stared ahead with an expressionless bronze face. They greeted him, and he responded curtly. Then the road was theirs. McVries made a sardonic comment about marching as to war. Garrity asked the time. McVries said 2:20, but Garrity was already panicking about the margin. McVries warned him that obsessing over time would drive him crazy and get him killed. He told him to think about his girl, his mother, or just concentrate on walking. Garrity tried to pull himself together, but his legs felt old and unreliable. A woman in the crowd said he wouldn't last much longer. He snapped back at her, and the crowd cheered. He muttered that they were all perverts. McVries asked what he'd done when he got his confirmation letter. Garrity described finding it on a Friday afternoon, reading it twice in disbelief. He'd been pleased and confident. He hadn't been able to back out, too many people were watching. He let the April 15th back-out date pass, and afterward there was a testimonial dinner where he'd mumbled a few words, and everyone applauded like he'd given a major speech. McVries laughed, but his eyes were dark. Guns fired behind him, and Garrity jumped. McVries said it was Joe. Garrity checked his watch, 2:38, his 2-second margin pressed down on him like iron. McVries asked if anyone had tried to talk him out of it. Garrity said not at first. His mother, Jan, and her friend Dr. Patterson had soft-pedaled it. They were proud, and 1 in 50 passed the tests. He explained the selection process. The major drew 200 names from a drum, but you didn't know if you were a walker or a backup until the final backout date. McVries agreed. They stacked the deck. Garrity described watching the drawing on TV. When his name came up, he fell out of his chair. That was when everyone started pressuring him. Jan offered to go all the way with him if he'd back out. He told her that would make him feel like a heel. She argued it was better than feeling dead, and begged him. He couldn't say yes. Dr. Patterson, a diagnostician with a logical mind, laid out the odds and told him not to hurt his mother. Garrity countered by pointing out the long odds of Patterson marrying his mother and told him to back off. Patterson got angry and called him insensitive. Garrity threatened to hit him if he didn't leave. His mother said little, she couldn't believe it, and the prize blinded her. She'd lost a son to pneumonia, and kept hoping he could back out. She thought the major was a nice man who would understand, but Garrity knew the punishment for backing out was severe. Then he got the call confirming he was a walker. McVries admitted he hadn't been prime, he was a backup, called just before the walk began. McVries explained he'd been a backup, called just before the walk began. Garrity was stunned. McVries shrugged when asked if it made him bitter. Garrity checked his watch, 3:02, and felt a surge of relief. His leg was better, the afternoon pleasant. He asked McVries if he still thought he might just sit down. McVries said the number they'd outlasted didn't matter. There came a time when the will simply ran out. He compared it to his sudden loss of interest in painting. Garrity argued that staying alive wasn't a hobby. McVries countered that many dangerous pursuits, skin diving, hunting, mountain climbing, reduce survival to just that, part of the game. He gently reminded Garrity to pick up the pace. McVries told the story of his own departure. His father, a part owner of a drive-in, had planned to tie him up to keep him from going. But there was no time. He had only 10 hours after the call. Soldiers arrived at the door, and his father, seeing them, told him to get his pack. Soon they were on a plane. Even his 4-year-old sister Katrina, who seemed to understand best, calling it an adventure. His family was staying at a motel in Presque Isle until it was over. Garrity thanked McVries for saving his life. McVries laughed, asking if that was truly a favor. Garrity admitted he didn't know, but said the time limit would always haunt him even with no warnings. Only 2 minutes separated him from death. As if on cue, guns roared, and another walker fell, the crowd reacting with a low, almost sexual sigh. McVries agreed, no time at all. They walked as shadows lengthened. Garrity caught a whiff of pipe smoke that recalled his father. A dog escaped into the road, and was shot when it charged at Pearson, lying dull-eyed at the crowd's edge. A small boy wandered onto the road, and a soldier swept him back. But for a moment Garrity feared he'd be shot. At 6 p.m. the sun set and the air turned cold. Collie Parker complained about the weather. Garrity calculated they'd reach Augusta by 8:45, then Freeport soon after. Depression hit him. What then? 2 minutes with Jan, if she was even there. He was suddenly sure she and his mother wouldn't come, only his classmates and the ladies' aide, who'd given him a tea 2 nights before the walk. McVries suggested they drop back and join Baker, walking into Augusta as the original 3 Musketeers. Garrity agreed. They fell back, leaving Quince to lead. Abraham greeted them with a sarcastic comment. McVries remarked on his resemblance to a founding father. Abraham intoned the opening of the Gettysburg Address but forgot the rest. Asked how he got into the walk. Abraham said he'd bragged his way in. He explained the essay portion of the exam. He'd written that he was a useless sob, and the world would be better off without him, unless he won and bought Van Goghs and hired 60 high-class whores, whom he'd give pensions. A month later, he qualified. Everyone thought it was a joke his girlfriend wanted the letter on a T-shirt. People kept telling him he'd tweaked the major's balls. He went along with it, and one morning he woke up to find he was a prime walker, 16th out of the drum. He concluded the major had tweaked his balls instead. A cheer went through the walkers as they passed a sign, Augusta 10. Collie Parker made a dark joke about dying laughing. Abraham replied hollowly that the founding father was not amused. They had all thought they were emotionally drained, but Garrity realized otherwise as they walked into the roaring darkness on US 202, Augusta a mile behind them. Their emotions weren't broken, just discordant, like a badly abused guitar. Augusta wasn't like Old Town's phony New York imitation. It was a once-a-year city of maniacs. They'd heard the crowd 5 miles out, seen its apocalyptic glow in the sky, like the German Blitz of the American coast in old history books. They bunched together uneasily. Garrity imagined crowd as a great god clawing out of the basin on scarlet spider legs to devour them. The town itself had been swallowed. There was only crowd, a creature of voice and eye demanding worship and sacrifice. It was like walking between electrical pylons, every nerve on edge. They plowed through ankle-deep confetti and magazine streamers. Garrity grabbed a Charles Atlas ad, then a John Travolta picture. At the height of the frenzy atop the first hill, the Major appeared in his Jeep like an apparition, holding a stiff salute, oblivious to the crowd's convulsions. The walkers, out of tune, cheered wildly, unheard but somehow understood. Garrity felt a stabbing chest pain but couldn't stop cheering. A walker named Milligan saved them by falling to his knees and sliding on his nose before being shot. After that, they stopped cheering. Garrity's chest pain subsided only partially. Collie Parker asked if they were getting close to Garrity's girl, about 50 miles. Parker, mellowed now, called him a lucky son of a bitch. Garrity was surprised Parker wasn't joking. Parker admitted he was homesick and scared, having no one to see but the crowd, whom he called pigs. Garrity agreed, saying they were all too far from home, and even if he saw his loved ones, there was a wall between them. McVries, who had come up behind them, said maybe that would only make it worse. Parker called them all crazy and walked ahead. McVries, amused, suggested Parker thought they were queer for each other. Garrity was startled. McVries pressed the joke, asking if Garrity would let him jerk him off. Garrity was shocked, then confused. McVries laughed it off, saying he wasn't joking but wasn't making it easy. Garrity, wanting to be touched but not that way, told him to do what he wanted but quit playing games. McVries clapped his shoulder and dropped back. Garrity stared after him, mystified. Pearson, exhausted, said McVries couldn't get enough, like a starving man on laxatives. Garrity asked if he wanted to be hurt. Pearson agreed, saying he should wear a sign. They passed a sign for Lewiston, and an electric sign with Garrity's name. Garrity couldn't doze. His spine burned, his legs were open sores, his feet screamed. He had concentrates to keep from becoming a skeleton like some of the others. He asked about Barkovich. Pearson said someone had told him one of his legs went stiff in Augusta. Garrity dropped back to find him. Barkovich was gimping along, eyes slitted, jacket gone, talking to himself. Garrity greeted him. Barkovich twitched and got a third warning, blaming Garrity. Garrity said he didn't look good. Barkovich smiled cunningly, repeating his plan, and claiming he'd danced on Olson's, Davidson's, and Gribble's graves. Garrity asked if his leg hurt. Barkovich said only 35 were left to walk down, and they'd all fall by midnight. Garrity felt a surge of confidence, knowing Barkovich would go soon. He asked what Barkovich would wish for. Barkovich whispered, plastic feet, that he'd have these cut off. Garrity cruelly suggested he should wish for friends instead because no one would miss him. He threatened to spit on Barkovich's brains. Barkovich whined, asking not to be hated. Garrity, ashamed, hurried away. The guns roared, 2 at once. Garrity was sure one was Barkovich, and that it was his fault. But Barkovich's crazed laugh cut through the dark, shouting he'd dance on Garrity's grave. Abraham told him to shut up. Barkovich stopped, then began to sob. Abraham muttered for him to go to hell. Collie Parker mockingly scolded Abraham for making Barkovich cry, and Quince joined in with cruel taunts. Garrity, despite wanting Barkovich dead himself, felt a surge of hypocritical pity and wished they'd leave him alone. He caught up to McVries, who was staring at the crowd. McVries asked Garrity to help him decide who was in the cage, them or the crowd. Garrity laughed, saying they all were, and the cage was in the Major's monkey house. McVries, not laughing, observed that Barkovich was going over the edge. Garrity agreed. McVries said he didn't want to see it anymore. It was a cheat, a lie. Garrity noted it was almost 10 o'clock. McVries compared it to practicing pole vaulting your whole life, only to lose interest at the Olympics. Garrity, troubled, asked if they'd seen Olson's hair before he died. It had been turning gray. McVries dismissed it as dust, but he sounded scared. Garrity said it seemed like they'd been on the road forever, and wondered if this was some crazy kind of immortality. McVries chanted a conjugation of to walk in a mock Latin game. Garrity felt suspended in time, their movement meaningless. The crowd's cigarette glows and sparklers seemed like low constellations. They started up a long, twisting hill, the expansion jointed concrete hard on Garrity's paper-thin shoes. He felt every pebble. McVries asked what was ahead. Garrity said Lewiston was next. Bigger than Augusta, its main drag now named after Reggie Cotter, the only main winner who died shortly after his walk. Baker noted Cotter had died. Garrity confirmed it hemorrhage and a blood clot, but added, it was a long time ago. A cherry bomb exploded in the crowd. Garrity saw the faint glow of Lewiston, Auburn on the horizon and craved a stick of gum. After Lewiston, they'd take Route 196 to Freeport, where he'd see his family, then US 1 to the end. Guns blasted. Pearson couldn't tell if it was Barkovich or Quince. Barkovich's mad laugh cut through the dark, shrieking that he wasn't gone yet. His voice climbed like a fire whistle, then his hands flew to his throat and he ripped it open. Pearson vomited. They scattered as Barkovich kept walking, clawing and screaming, before finally falling, and the soldiers shot him. Garrity turned forward, grateful he hadn't been warned. He saw the horror mirrored on every face. Pearson said he didn't feel good, dry heaving. McVree said he wished he were insane. Baker said nothing, and Garrity suddenly sensed Louisiana honeysuckle, frogs, cicadas, and Baker's aunt rocking on her porch, listening to an old radio. Daylight came through fog. Garrity walked alone, unsure how many had died, maybe 5. His feet had terrible headaches, swelling with coagulated blood, yet excitement stirred in his gut. They were only 13 miles from Freeport in Porterville, and the crowd chanted his name through the fog like a giant heartbeat. Freeport and Jan. McVree's voice, washed out, greeted him. Garrity asked how many had died. 6 since Barkovich, McVree said, his hands shaking as he ate. Pearson had bought it. Only 26 remained. McVree's listed the musketeers himself. Garrity, Baker, Abraham, Parker, and Stebbins. Garrity asked if McVree still thought he'd win. McVree said no, Stebbins was like diamonds, and Vegas favored him 9-1. Garrity ate his beef concentrate, wishing for McVree's long-gone raw hamburger. McVree's asked if it felt strange to be back on home ground. Garrity said no. It felt natural. The fog thickened, but Garrity corrected him. It was rain now, falling softly, as if it would never stop. Garrity asked where Baker was, and McVree said somewhere back. Without a word, Garrity dropped back, passing a traffic island, the Porterville Rec Center, and a government building with a strange sign. In the fog, he missed Baker and found himself beside Stebbins. McVree's had called him hard as diamonds, but Garrity thought he saw small flaws now. They walked parallel to the polluted Androscoggin River, past a textile mill rearing up like a filthy castle. Stebbins didn't look up, but Garrity knew he was aware of him. Garrity was determined to make Stebbins speak first. The crowd fell away as they crossed the bridge over the sullen, foamy river. Stebbins finally said, "Well?" and Garrity told him to save his breath. On the other side, the crowd returned as they started up Brickyard Hill, long and steep. Spectators clung to trees and bushes, chanting Garrity's name. He remembered dating a girl named Carolyn who lived on this hill. She was married now. Parker was cursing from up ahead. Garrity's legs quivered. But this was the last big hill before Freeport. They breasted it, and Stebbins, panting slightly, repeated, "Well, little guns fired, and Charlie Field was out. Garrity said he'd been looking for Baker. McVree's thought Stebbins would win." Stebbins called McVree's an idiot, and asked if Garrity really thought he'd see his girl and all those people. Garrity insisted she had a pass. Stebbins said the cops would be too busy. Garrity snapped, asking why he'd say that. Stebbins accused him of really wanting to see his mother. Garrity recoiled. Stebbins asked if he was going to marry her like most little boys wanted. Garrity called him crazy. Stebbins pressed, saying he didn't deserve to win second-class intellect, second-class specimen, probably a virgin, maybe a little queer. Garrity told him to shut his mouth. Stebbins offered sympathy, saying he understood. Garrity, trembling with rage, said he'd walk him down if he had to go to Virginia. Stebbins grinned, saying he felt he could walk to Florida. Garrity lunged away, shame replacing his anger. He found Baker walking with a boy he didn't know. Garrity greeted him. Baker, startled, said he'd been having a vivid dream and asked the time, almost 20-7. He asked if it would rain all day. Garrity's shoe heel came off. Baker advised getting rid of both shoes. Garrity kicked one off, and the crowd fought over it. His other foot had swollen, He knelt, took a warning, untied it, and left it on the road. A wave of despair hit him. He'd lost his shoes. The cold pavement and torn socks felt strange. Baker, also shoeless, said he was about done, and Garrity agreed. Baker said he kept remembering nice things: his first dance, his first bike, his favorite book, sleeping in the backyard with a comic over his face. He felt old and senile. The rain fell, the crowd quieter. Garrity ached, but couldn't cry out. Baker hoped the afterlife wouldn't be dark, and that he could remember. Garrity started to speak, but gunshots silenced him. Business was picking up. Baker grimaced, saying the sound was what he feared most. He asked why they'd done it, calling themselves insane. Garrity said there was no good reason. They were mice in a trap. They walked through familiar places: shanties, a schoolhouse, chicken houses, old trucks. Garrity tingled with excitement, but Stebbins' words gnawed at him. Maybe she wouldn't be there. The word came that a boy up front thought he had appendicitis. Garrity couldn't care. His focus was on Jan and Freeport. They were only 5 miles out, passing the Freeport town line. The sky brightened but remained overcast, the rain a stubborn drizzle. He felt feverish. Klingerman, the boy with appendicitis, began screaming monotonously. Parker hollered if they were getting close. McVries taunted him. Parker bragged about his girls. McVries told Garrity to slow down. Garrity said he couldn't. Stebbins had said Jan wouldn't be there. McVries insisted she would, that Stebbins would manipulate anyone to win. Garrity snapped at him, then apologized. He admitted Stebbins had also said he really only wanted to see his mother. McVries asked if that was true. Garrity's mind raced. He didn't know. He remembered a friend, Jimmy, and the shame of their game. McVries warned him he was falling apart. Garrity screamed at him to get off his back. McVries walked away. At 9 o'clock, they crossed the 295 overpass into Freeport. Garrity saw the Dairy Joy where he used to go with Jan. They turned onto US 1, the last highway. The crowd swelled, ticker tape falling sodden in the rain. The fire siren wailed, blending with Klingerman's screams. Garrity's heart pounded as they closed in on Woolman's. He drifted right, hands reaching from the crowd, a soldier's rifle ready. He could see the brown Woolman sign, but no sign of Jan or his mother. Stebbins had been right, and even if they were here, how could he find them in this mass? Well? A shaky groan escaped Garrity, and he stumbled, nearly falling. Stebbins had been right. The disappointment was so staggering it left him hollow. The point of it all seemed gone, but his feet kept moving, driven by something beyond thought. And then he saw her, Jan, waving the blue silk scarf he'd given her, rain shimmering in her hair. His mother stood beside her in her plain black coat. They were trapped in the mob, swaying helplessly. Something inside Garrity burst. He broke into a shambling run, his ripped socks slapping the pavement. He screamed her name, though he couldn't hear his own voice over the din. She mouthed his name back. He had to reach her, but McVries' arm caught him, pulling him back. A warning blared. McVries shouted in his ear, refusing to let him kill himself. Garrity struggled, demanding to be released. McVries asked if he wanted to die in her arms. Jan was crying. Garrity wrenched free and lunged for her. A second warning boomed. Jan reached out, and his mother too. He grasped their hands, one in each of his. He had touched them. It was done. Then McVries' arm was around his shoulder again, dragging him back. McVries screamed that he must hate her, asking if he wanted them both stinking with his blood. Garrity looked at Jan, saw the alarm in her eyes, his mother's shooing gestures. On Jan's lips he read the words, "Go on. Of course he must go on. He was Maine's own, and in that moment, he hated her." A third warning rolled out for both of them. Panic spread across Jan's and his mother's faces. His mother's hands flew to her face, like Barkovich's had. McVries told him if he was going to do it around the next corner. Garrity, defeated, whimpered and agreed, asking to be released. McVries let go, wary. Garrity looked back, but they were already lost in the crowd. Only a glimpse of a waving blue scarf remained. He turned forward and walked out of town. Tubbins had gone insane. babbling about a whore of Babylon. Parker, exhausted, made a crude joke and told him to drop dead. Tubbins shrieked back. Parker swore he'd kill him. He struggled to get his canteen, almost dropping it, and began to weep. It was 3 p.m. Portland was behind them. They'd passed a banner saying the New Hampshire border was only 44 miles away. Garrity thought bitterly about the word, only. He walked beside McVries, who had been silent since Freeport. Garrity felt indebted and ashamed, knowing he wouldn't help McVries if the chance came. Jan and his mother were gone, irrevocably, unless he won. And now, for the first time, he consciously wanted to win, but his feet hurt twice as badly, and there were stabbing pains in his chest. He didn't think he could do it. He'd failed at the district spelling bee, and this was the same. Only 3 had died since Freeport. The rest wouldn't quit now, not with only 20 left. Abraham asked if his girl had looked good. Garrity said yes. He hoped to make it back to her. Abraham, shirtless and gaunt, said he was starting to remember hope. Tubbins had gone silent. Garrity guessed Parker's words had done it. Abraham, looking distressed, said there was something hard to talk about. Garrity urged him to just say it. Abraham explained they were getting together on a promise no help for anybody. Do it on your own, or don't do it. Garrity thought it sounded heartless. Abraham agreed. It was a heartless situation, but he'd already talked to about a dozen of them. The question hung in the rain. Garrity already knew what the answer had to be. He'd heard it in the way Abraham put it forward, and he heard it confirmed in the flat, grim way Abraham reported the others' agreement. They had all said yes. Of course they had. He opened his mouth to say something, anything, but the words died. Instead, his gaze drifted forward, past the stumbling shapes of the other walkers, and settled on Baker. The jacket was plastered to him, heavy with rainwater, and his head hung low. The way he moved, one hip jutting awkwardly, his left leg dragging stiffly, spoke of a body that was rapidly losing its ability to function. Garrity's attention snapped back to Abraham, who stood beside him, shivering violently. His bare torso, now the color of fresh tallow, was a startling sight in the gray downpour. Garrity asked why he'd stripped off his shirt, and Abraham's explanation came out in a raw, frustrated rush. The fabric had felt like needles against his skin, raising welts, and he didn't know why. His real concern, however, was for Garrity's answer. Garrity deflected, commenting instead on Abraham's penitent appearance. He was stalling, his mind snagging on the memory of McVries's interventions, the times he had been pulled back from the brink. He looked for McVries in the gloom, desperate for some sign, some signal that would absolve him. He willed McVries to speak up, to reject the pact, to tell Abraham that the obligation was null and void. But McVries remained silent, his face unreadable. There was no way out. Garrity gave his assent, the word tasting like ash in his mouth. A sickening sensation of self-betrayal flooded him. He felt like an animal, stripped of everything but a primal, ugly drive to survive. He had sold out, traded his decency for a few more miles. Abraham, as if reading the acquiescence in his voice, laid out the terms with brutal clarity. Any attempt to aid another would be met with collective shunning, a breaking of the promise. The rules of this new, desperate game were absolute. Garrity agreed, his response automatic. "Root hog or die," he muttered, a phrase that felt like a curse. Abraham offered a hollow platitude about it not being personal, just the reality of their situation. Garrity acknowledged it with a cynical nod. It was nothing personal, just a return to the jungle. For a moment, he thought Abraham might bristle at the barb, but the other boy was too far gone, his reserves of anger and pride completely depleted. Abraham confirmed the agreement, and Garrity, in a moment of bleak honesty, admitted that his promise was hollow. He wanted Abraham to fall, to be eliminated. The sooner the better. Abraham didn't contest it. He simply accepted the sentiment with a tired, "Yeah." Garrity's eyes then dropped to Abraham's heavy Oxfords, commenting on them. Abraham acknowledged their weight, a trade-off for durability. Garrity tried to lighten the moment with a quip about the blues, but the laughter it provoked from Abraham was hollow and brief. His focus then shifted back to McVries. Was he listening? Did he understand what had just happened? Garrity felt the bitter weight of the phrase, "Musketeers forever," twist into mockery. He had sold McVries down the river, just as surely as if he had pulled the trigger himself. The rain fell harder, colder, soaking through his clothes. Abraham's exposed skin was a ghostly white. The afternoon wore on. The rain continued its relentless assault. Garrity's thoughts, as if trying to find a sanctuary from the physical agony, drifted. He thought of his father, a powerful, laughing man, and a memory surfaced of being lifted high, spinning, kissed. Then, with a sharp pang of belated guilt, he thought of his mother. He realized he hadn't truly seen her in Freeport, only Jan. He had pushed her aside, ignored her frantic presence in her shabby black coat. He had probably hurt her deeply, perhaps even meant to, but it was past, and the future was unraveling even as it was being forged. The road was a deeper ocean, and he was wading out of his depth. The melancholy spell was broken by a sudden, irregular eruption of gunfire, mixed with a different kind of scream. Garrity whipped his head around, his heart seizing in his chest. The sight that met his eyes was impossible. Collie Parker was standing on the deck of the half-track, a stolen rifle in his hands. Below him, one of the soldiers lay crumpled on the pavement, the neat blue hole in his forehead, a stark, impossible statement. Parker was yelling, a raw, guttural sound that was equal parts rage and invitation. The other soldiers had scattered, scrambling off the vehicle. Parker was calling for the walkers to join him, to rise up. Garrity could only stare, his mind refusing to process the scene. The others stared with him, as if watching a man speaking in tongues. The hope, the absurd, reckless hope, was so foreign it was incomprehensible. Then, one of the soldiers who had been forced off raised his rifle and fired. The shot was precise, and a dark bloom spread across Parker's back. The big man grunted, a sound of pure animal surprise. He didn't fall immediately. He stood there, a statue of defiance with a single hand raised in a frozen gesture of command, his insides spilling out over his clothes. He managed to get out a curse, a single raw syllable of profane protest, and then fired the captured rifle twice into the road. The shots went wide, the slugs hissing through the rain to find a target in the crowd, which erupted in a shriek of pain. The rifle then fell from his hands. He turned, a clumsy, almost ceremonial pivot, and collapsed onto the road. He lay on his side, panting, his eyes blazing with final defiance as he struggled to form a final garbled condemnation. Then he was gone. Garrity, lost, shouted the question to the empty air. What had happened? McVries's answer was quick and full of bitter understanding. Parker had seen the end coming and made a play, a desperate, doomed charge that had taken the guards by surprise. He had wanted them all to follow. McVries's voice was thick with a strange, grieving certainty they could have done it. The realization struck Garrity like a physical blow. The idea had been there, a possibility that had passed them by while they stood frozen. He tried to grasp it, to understand what McVries meant, but his mind shied away from the shape of the thought. It was too large, too terrible to confront. McVries, seeing the confusion and terror in Garrity's face, abruptly told him to forget it, to just forget it. He then walked away into the rain, leaving Garrity alone and trembling with a deep internal cold. He didn't want to understand. He didn't want to know, or even think about what they might have done. The walk resumed its agonizing crawl. By nightfall, the rain had finally ceased, but the sky remained starless. Abraham had begun to moan, a sound of pure, unfocused distress. No one moved to help him. Garrity tried to rationalize the cold-heartedness as a form of justice, but the rationalization only made him feel more ill. The pain inside him had curdled into a palpable sickness, a festering rot. He couldn't bring himself to eat. His world had contracted to a small, desperate circle baker, Abraham, McVries, and Stebbins. He wondered which of them, if any, would see the dawn, and whether he would be among them. His thoughts, circling in a dizzy spiral, finally snapped him back to the moment, as he nearly collided with Baker in the dark, the sound of loose change clinking in the other boy's cupped hands. He asked what Baker was doing, and the answer was a hushed, distracted confession. Baker was counting his money, a modest sum of $1.22. When Garrity asked what he was going to do with it, Baker's face, painted with shadows and rain, grew dreamy, and spoke of acquiring a coffin, a lead-lined one with a silk interior, a coffin that would withstand the rot and corruption of the grave. He was talking about it as if it were a tangible, attainable ambition. Garrity felt a cold prickle of dread. He asked if Baker had gone mad. Baker's response was a calm, unshakable certainty that decay was a truth you couldn't beat. The lead-lined coffin was the only answer. It was the kind of realization that came with being so close to death, Garrity realized. He warned Baker to get a grip, but Baker simply nodded, his face now a taut, deathly mask. He understood that he'd wanted to die all along. The question was, hadn't they all? Garrity screamed at him to stop, the sound torn from his throat as his body shook with an uncontrollable tremor. Then the road steepened, demanding the last of his physical reserves, and the conversation was over. He forced himself up the hill, the image of Baker's lead-lined box haunting him, and he wondered if that would be his final thought. He hoped not. He fought for any other memory. Warnings cut through the air again. The soldiers were back up to full strength, as if the incident with Parker had never happened. Garrity's thoughts drifted again, to the dustiest silence of all, and he wondered if the perfect darkness of death wouldn't be a relief, an end to the long nightmare of going down the road. The thought of that stillness, that absolute peace, suddenly made the present moment, the agonized muscles, the sweat in his eyes, the relentless pain feel impossibly vivid and real. A desperate, shuddering wonder seized him. How would that be? He forced himself to work, to struggle to the top of the hill, and then to stumble down the other side. By 11:40, Marty Wyman, a ghost he had forgotten, had simply lain down and been shot. The fact of his death was barely a ripple. By midnight, they were only a few miles from New Hampshire. They passed a drive-in theater, its colossal screen a stark, silent monument in the rain. The sleep began again just after midnight, and Abraham's cough, a wet rattling sound that mirrored Scram's final days, started shortly after. By 1 a.m, the storm had become a full frontal assault, driving rain into their faces. Bobby Sledge, using the storm as cover, attempted to vanish into the crowd. He didn't get far. The soldiers were waiting. Then just before 2, Baker stumbled and fell, his head cracking against the pavement with a sickening smack. Garrity started forward on pure instinct, but before he could take more than a step, a strong hand clamped down on his arm, holding him back. It was McVree's. The words were simple and final. There were no more musketeers. It was real now. They kept walking, leaving Baker behind. He collected his warnings, and the silence stretched on. Garrity counted the minutes, waiting for the guns, but they didn't come. 4 minutes passed, and Baker overtook them, his face a bloody ruin, but his eyes, for the first time in hours, clear and sane. He walked past them, a solitary phantom. Then the line on the road, the final border, was crossed. New Hampshire erupted in a pandemonium of bursting fireworks, competing brass bands, and a vast, cheering multitude. An explosion of lights traced the major's face in the sky. Garrity dozed, his mind drifting to the image of Freaky D'Alessio's head on a cat's body, and the impossible sight of his father being led away by soldiers, one of whom wore Stebbins' face. The dream shattered when the gun sounded again, killing someone else. The rain continued its merciless drumbeat. McVree's muttered a prayer. Stebbins, moving up behind them, was smiling like a predator. He began to talk, but Garrity could no longer follow the thread of the conversation. The world had become a blur of motion and pain, a final, desperate struggle to put one foot in front of the other. The minutes stretched into an eternity as Baker collected his warnings. Garrity braced himself, waiting for the inevitable crash of rifles, but the sound never came. He checked his watch. Over 4 minutes had bled away. Then Baker was there, moving past them, his face streaked with an ugly wound, but his eyes no longer lost. The vacant, dreamlike haze had burned away, replaced by something sharp and desperate. Just before 2 in the morning they crossed into New Hampshire. The reception was cataclysmic. Cannons thundered, fireworks tore the rainy sky apart, illuminating a crowd that seemed to stretch to the horizon. Brass bands clashed from every direction, their martial music swallowed by the roar of the spectators. High above, a fiery burst traced the Major's face across the clouds, and Garrity stared at it with a kind of numb reverence. It looked like a god's portrait. Then the image shifted to the New Hampshire Provost Governor, a legendary figure from the Santiago raid, his lost leg a badge of honor. Garrity's consciousness began to fray at the edges. He dozed, and his thoughts curdled into fever dreams. He saw Freaky D'Alessio, the boy with the wandering eyes, crouched under the rocking chair of Baker's aunt. His body shrunk to a cat's form. The creature grinned at him, and between its mismatched eyes, the healed brand of a baseball's stitching was faintly visible. Beyond it, Garrity's father was being led to a black van by soldiers. One was the blonde who had almost killed him. The other looked back, and for a moment the face was the Major's, then it resolved into Stebbins's. He looked again, and the cat was gone, leaving only a crescent grin floating in the air like the rind of a watermelon. The sound of gunfire jolted him back to the present. For a terrifying instant he was sure the bullets were meant for him. He felt the air displace beside his face. But it was someone else, face down in the rain. He had taken 2 running steps before the realization hit him, each footfall sending jagged spikes of pain through his body. McVrees muttered a prayer, and Stebbins, who had moved up behind them, answered with a sardonic twist. He was grinning, just like the phantom in Garrity's dream. The conversation that followed was clipped, and strange Stebbins deflecting McVrees' rebuke with dark humor, McVrees chanting a mantra of survival. His shoulders were slumped, broken. Garrity could see the exhaustion in him even as they walked. Another walker went down before 3, shot in the rain near Portsmouth. The final hours before dawn were a study in disintegration. Abraham burned with a fever that made him glow like a dying star. Baker fought with grim mechanical resolve, trying to outlast his warnings, and McVrees, who had been so strong just hours before, seemed to have aged decades in an instant. Garrity remembered the iron grip of his hand when they'd left Baker behind, but now that strength was gone. It was unnerving. Stebbins, by contrast, just kept going, an implacable force, though Garrity thought he saw a hitch in his step. 5 of the others had retreated into that hollow place Olson had discovered, a state beyond pain, where they simply walked until they stopped. Just before dawn 3 went down in rapid succession, their bodies hitting the pavement like dropped timber. For a terrible moment, Garrity thought it was the start of a final sweeping collapse. Then Abraham fell to his knees, crawling, his eyes turned blindly up to the half-track like a confused animal caught in wire. He toppled forward, his heavy Oxfords drumming once, twice, and then falling still. Dawn came, wet and overcast, the final day of the walk rising through the rain and wind. The soldiers distributed the last round of concentrates, and Garrity struggled for what felt like hours to snap the belt around his waist. The thought of eating made his stomach cramp with revulsion. Only 9 walkers remained. Stebbins walked beside him now, eating noisily, his thin face lined but sharp. When Garrity snapped at him, Stebbins's reply was flat and clinical. If Garrity starved, it only helped his own chances. McVrees, barely audible through his own sickness, predicted they would make Massachusetts. Stebbins agreed, marking it as the first such crossing in 17 years. When Garrity pressed him on his encyclopedic knowledge of the walk, Stebbins shrugged it off as public record. The question of his victory prize drew a mocking laugh from Stebbins, who painted a grotesque picture of wealth and excess. McVrees quipped that he might donate to a cruelty society, but Garrity's mind was elsewhere. He was stuck on the image of Abraham, as a sheep caught on a fence. Then Stebbins made a crude remark about Garrity's mother, and Garrity deliberately took a chocolate bar from his belt, forcing himself to eat it despite his stomach's violent protest. He managed to keep it down, and felt a surge of grim satisfaction. He told Stebbins he could walk another day, maybe 2, and that the psychological warfare wouldn't work anymore. He could see the flicker of frustration on Stebbins' face. He pushed further, demanding to know the real reason Stebbins was here. The question hung in the rain as Stebbins fought to keep his composure, and then, with shocking abruptness, he vomited. He was warned for the second time in the entire walk. His face went ashen, but he recovered. He asked Garrity if he wanted to know the reason or the mechanism. Garrity wanted everything. Stebbins told him he was the rabbit, the mechanical lure at the dog track, the thing the greyhounds could never catch. He had been made into it, conjured into the role. His eyes grew wild, his voice rising to a shout. He knew everything about the walk because it was his inheritance. The Major was his father. Stebbins confirmed it with an almost casual air. He was the Major's illegitimate son. He had believed his father didn't know about him, and his plan had been to spring the revelation at the moment of victory, demanding recognition and a place in his father's house. But the Major had known all along. He had turned his own son into the rabbit, the mechanical lure to drive the pack harder and further. It had worked. They were going to make Massachusetts. When Garrity asked what happened now, Stebbins shrugged. The rabbit was flesh and blood after all, and if the walk didn't end soon, he'd be crawling like a reptile. They passed under power lines where men clung to the supports like grotesque insects. Stebbins asked the time, and his face seemed to shift in the rain, becoming Olson, then Abraham, then Barkovich, and finally Garrity's own hollowed, ruined face. It was 20-10. McVries offered a grim congratulations on surviving to day 5. Stebbins asked if it would rain all day. Garrity thought so, and Stebbins agreed. McVries made a dark joke about coming in out of the rain, and they walked on together, bent by their separate pains but somehow in step. When they crossed into Massachusetts, only 7 remained Garrity: Baker, McVries, George Fielder, Bill Huff, Milligan, and Stebbins. The border celebration faded behind them, leaving only the steady rain and a wind that tore at the crowd's hats and sent them spinning. After Stebbins' confession, Garrity had felt a strange, fleeting clarity, a final peak before the inevitable fall. For a moment, the pain had frozen, and he'd felt almost light, but the feeling passed. He looked at the blond soldier on the half-track and tried to project his misery into the man's indifferent eyes. He glanced at Baker and saw the blood pouring from his nose, streaking his face and soaking his collar. Stebbins observed that Baker was dying. McVries replied with flat certainty that they were all dying. A gust of wind staggered McVries, earning him a warning. The road curved, and the terrain opened into a vast natural amphitheater, the hills on either side black with spectators. The crowd pressed down on them like living walls. George Fielder snapped, muttering about being eaten, then spun in a wild circle, his arms flapping. He screamed the same phrase over and over until the gun silenced him, his body performing a grotesque dance before he sat down and died like a tired child caught at play. Baker found Garrity, his voice thick with fear. Something inside him had burst. His nose was a geyser of blood. He asked if it was bad, and Garrity lied, saying it wasn't. Baker remarked that the rain felt warm, then wished for ice. He walked away. Huff was shot at 11:15, Milligan at 11:30. Garrity had expected Baker to go first, but he kept walking, his shirt now completely soaked through. Garrity's head became a cacophony of jazz, the band music of a lost world. He felt utterly disconnected. His mother was straw, Jan a mannequin. It was over. Even winning wouldn't bring him home. He began to cry, his vision blurring, his feet tangled, and he fell, the cold pavement restful. He was warned twice before he managed to haul himself upright using clumsy crab-like motions. He broke wind, a hollow, empty sound. Baker staggered drunkenly across the road, while McVries and Stebbins put their heads together. Garrity was suddenly certain they were plotting against him. He forced himself to catch up, and they made room for him silently. He took comfort in their presence. A sign announced Boston was 49 miles away, a number that seemed to sum up the universe's insane joke. He would have laughed if he could. Baker was beside him again, asking if they were in. Garrity didn't understand but told him they were. Baker announced he was going to die, then asked for a favor. He wanted a lead-lined coffin. Garrity, weeping, told him to walk a little longer. Baker said he couldn't. He asked Garrity not to watch them do it. Garrity promised, shaking Baker's outstretched hand. Baker said another time, another place, and walked away. Garrity put his hands over his face and bent over to keep walking, sobs tearing through him. He prayed he wouldn't hear the shots, but he did. 40 miles from Boston, Stebbins demanded a story, something to distract from their troubles. He looked ancient now, and McVrees beside him was equally worn. Garrity, slipping from his brief peak of clarity back into the full weight of his agony, agreed after a long pause. McVrees gave a slow, deliberate clap. The warnings stacked against them were uneven. McVrees carried 3. Garrity 1, Stebbins none. Garrity began a fairy tale about a white knight on a sacred quest, but Stebbins interrupted to correct the mode of travel. Garrity amended it to writing, then continued. The knight fought trolls, goblins, and wolves before reaching the king's castle to request a walk with the Lady Fair. The king disapproved, but the Lady Fair loved the knight enough to threaten flight into the wildwoods. His words faltered. A wave of dizziness pulled him under, the crowd's roar swelling to ocean volume in his ears. When he surfaced, McVrees's head had dropped. He was walking asleep, drifting toward the crowd. Garrity shouted, but Stebbins told him to let McVrees atone. Garrity ignored him, darting to McVrees's side and straightening him. McVrees looked up, smiled sleepily, and announced it was time to sit down. Garrity refused, terror pounding through him. McVrees only shook his head and settled cross-legged on the pavement, a beaten monk in the rain. Garrity screamed and tried to lift him, but McVrees was too heavy. Soldiers wrenched him away, guns aimed at his head. Garrity screamed for them to shoot him instead. They only gave him his 3rd warning. McVrees opened his eyes, smiled, and was gone. Garrity walked on, numbed and empty. Stebbins told him to finish the story. Garrity refused. Stebbins suggested he could catch up if souls existed. Garrity looked at him and vowed to walk him into the ground. He had no tears left. By evening, they were in Danvers, and Garrity finally understood. It was nearly over because Stebbins was unbeatable. He'd spent too much time thinking the others had just acted, as if dying were natural. He shambled forward, his vision blurring. For a moment, he saw a familiar figure weeping and beckoning in the dark ahead. He couldn't go on. He forced himself to catch Stebbins, who was limping ahead. He put a hand on his shoulder. Stebbins turned, his eyes hollow and unseeing, then recognition flashed. He clawed at Garrity's shirt, horror and darkness in his gaze. It was a final, desperate reach for rescue. He cried out Garrity's name and fell. The crowd's roar was apocalyptic, but Garrity heard nothing but his own voice. He turned Stebbins over, but the despair had already faded. Stebbins was dead. Garrity rose and walked on. Fireworks filled the sky. Cheers shook the earth. A jeep roared toward him. The major, standing with a stiff salute, ready to grant the prize. Behind him they shot Stebbins' corpse. Only Garrity remained. The major got out, his mirrored face unreadable. Garrity stepped aside. The dark figure was back, beckoning. He knew that shape. If he could get closer, he'd recognize which of them he hadn't walked down. The crowd screamed his name. The figure beckoned in the rain. Garrity started toward it, arms outstretched, eyes blind. When the hand touched his shoulder again, he found the strength to run. The end. And now the road finally grows quiet. Thank you for walking through this story, for staying with these voices, these footsteps, and the silence that followed them. Some stories end with answers. The Long Walk was never really interested in answers. It leaves you with something stranger than that, a feeling that keeps pacing beside you long after the final page. Stephen King wrote this story when he was still very young, long before the world knew his name. He was barely out of his teens, carrying uncertainty, ambition, and the weight of a restless era around him. The shadows of the Vietnam War hung over America then, and even though King would later say he wasn't sitting down to write a direct political statement, the image of young lives pushed forward towards something brutal and unavoidable found its way into the story. Years later, he admitted that this was one of the first novels he ever completed, and perhaps one of the hardest emotionally to revisit. The road in The Long Walk was never just pavement. It became pressure, expectation, fear, the quiet cruelty of systems that keep asking people to move faster, give more, endure longer. Maybe that's why it still feels unsettling decades later. Because most people know what it means to keep walking after exhaustion arrives, to smile while carrying weight nobody else sees, to feel surrounded by people and still quietly alone. Beneath the dystopian nightmare, there was always something painfully human beating underneath it. King would return to those emotions again and again in stories like The Stand, The Shining, and the Shawshank Redemption stories, where monsters often mattered less than the people trying to survive them. For years, The Long Walk almost felt cursed when it came to adaptation. Filmmakers circled around it for decades. George Romero once considered it. Frank Darabont, who gave the world The Shawshank Redemption and The Green Mile, had interest too, but the story carried a difficult question. How do you film people simply walking, and somehow make it impossible to look away? Eventually, Francis Lawrence took the journey. After I Am Legend and his Hunger Games films, he understood stories where survival and humanity collide. Screenwriter J.T. Molnar approached the material without turning it into spectacle, protecting the emotional spine of King's novel while allowing the film to breathe in its own way. The adaptation remained deeply faithful to the heart of the story, though some changes reshaped the landscape around it. Certain settings shifted, some visual elements were reimagined, and the world became slightly more desolate in its presentation, but the loneliness, friendship, and slow psychological unraveling at its center remained intact. Even Mark Hamill, who played the terrifying Major, described it as a faithful interpretation of King's work. And there is something strangely poetic hidden behind the camera too. Francis Lawrence chose to film much of the story chronologically, allowing the actors to physically and emotionally wear down alongside their characters. Cooper Hoffman, David Johnson, Garrett Waring, Ben Wang, Charlie Plummer, and the rest of the cast weren't pretending to feel exhaustion by the end. During production in Winnipeg, many of them spent days walking extraordinary distances, sometimes reaching tens of thousands of steps. Somewhere along the way, the cast even developed traditions around the characters leaving the story. Little happy death day moments between takes, tiny flashes of warmth inside an emotionally heavy production. Joe Willems captured the world through a restrained visual style, while Jeremiah Freites brought a quieter emotional pulse to the music, allowing empty spaces to speak almost as loudly as dialogue. And sometimes, that's where the best storytellers work, not in noise, but in absence. If this journey stayed with you, I hope one day you find your way back to King's original novel. Stories change when they move from page to screen, but books always keep a few private corners that belong only to the reader. And if this walk meant something to you, I'd love to hear where it took your thoughts. Maybe you saw a story about survival, maybe friendship, maybe something darker, maybe you disagreed with it entirely. Leave your thoughts behind for the next traveler to find. If you'd like to continue these journeys together, you can subscribe and stay close for future stories. And if this one touched something quiet inside you, pass it along to someone else. Because stories have always traveled the same way people do. One voice reaching another, one step after another. And sometimes, long after the road disappears into the distance, a small part of you keeps walking.